Okay, good morning members. It's gone 11 o'clock. Welcome to this normal meeting of the full council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. Could I again remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function and you will be invited to speak in order. And can I ask people who are in the hall to let Nick know that they want to speak so that he can put it in the list, because otherwise the people who are online don't know who else is wanting to speak. So if you could try and attract Nick's attention and get him to write that on speak on the chat function, then everybody knows who's lined up wanting to speak. Should your question or issue have been raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, and this is particularly for the people online, can I remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time and then rejoin, or probably more easily, write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting. This will allow us to record member presence and ensure that the meeting is quorate at all times. As I said in my email to elected members yesterday, the Chief Executive is unable to join us until after 12, as he is involved in a COVID resilience meeting. I think that it is important that he is here for the agenda item on COVID response, restart and recovery, and I will therefore take this item after agenda item 9 to ensure that Gavin can attend to answer members' questions. And also the intention is to have a 30-minute break at around 1 p.m, which hopefully might be after item 9 if we make decent progress. Okay. Nick, can you provide the sederant indicating who is participating remotely, and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, we have 13 members present in the hall today, although Councillor Woods just nipped out for a moment. We have 24 members on Teams, and we currently have 6 members who aren't present either on Teams or in the hall. Those are councillors Karen Carruthers, Charteris, Jackie McCammon, who's actually on maternity leave, Matthew Ronnie, Tommy Sloan and Ronnie Tate.
Councillor Scobie.
Apologies for Councillor Sloan, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I confirm my agreement to the participation of those members recorded as participating remotely. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? Okay, I don't see any signs of that. And so can we move on and can we approve the minute of the special meeting held at 10:30 on the 27th of August 2020? Nick, Councillor Scobie wants to.
Yeah, Chair, it's just whether it's a correct record. I'm looking at page 15 under item 7, Care Home Assurance Oversight Report by Chief Social Work Officer. It's just for the...
Councillor Scobie, this is the minute of the special meeting.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, so we'll come on to that one afterwards. Okay, so we agreed to the special now. Okay, Councillor Scobie for the minutes of the ordinary meeting held at 11 a.m. on the 27th of August. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
See, we can all make mistakes. Item 7 on page 15 of this meeting. And it's really just to see if it's a correct record, because I think the question was asked of the Chief Social Worker in terms of transmission rates to care homes and various others, and she did agree to provide an update, which she has done, although it raises more questions than it actually gives answers to, and I'm in discussions with Madam Wilson on this, but it's really whether it should be recorded in the minute or whether it was an action point from the actual item. I would prefer it was reported in the minute.
I'll ask for advice on that. I suspect the reason it's not recorded is it wasn't a recommendation, and therefore it's only really the decisions on the recommendations which are recorded. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Leader.
However, the fact that it was discussed in public, on the public record, and I'm pleased to hear that the Chief Social Worker has taken forward some of the discussions you wanted to have.
Yeah, Chair, and I will come forward with, more questions on it.
Apart from that, are we happy to agree the minute? Good. Okay, if we can move on to the substantive items. The next item is agenda item 6, because of 5 being postponed, on Education Restart Update position. We need, first of all, to remove delegation from the Education and Learning Committee in order to be able to discuss it. We're happy to do so? Good. This report provides members with an update on the arrangements and costs associated with restart of education in August 2020, setting out projections through to the end of the financial and academic years. Members will recall that our previous agreement was for funding up until the October holidays. Gillian Bryson is available on Teams to assist members with any questions, and she's supported by Susan Martin. So I now invite members' questions and contributions. Doug Fairbairn. Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, there's a few questions here, Gillian, if you don't mind. It's quite a good report, actually, but there's a few issues in relation to cleaning that I'm a bit concerned about, so you could probably address them quite easily, I would imagine. 3.2.1, find it clean, keep it clean. There seems to be a bit of a problem with that, you're saying just now, so are we can up to speed with that? 3.2.4, again, I was quite bemused at this, and I'm not being flippant here either. There's a product called Control that you can spray into a room, and it prevents any viruses for 4 weeks. And I'm sure that the Scottish Government would be keen to get a hold of that for the majority of buildings in Scotland just now. So I'm keen to know exactly what that product is and where you've resourced it from and procured it. So if you could go with the first two, that would be quite good. Thank you.
Gillian.
Thank you, Councillor Fairbairn. And yes, the cleaning of our schools has been our utmost priority. We want all pupils and staff to feel confident and reassured, and cleaning is a central part of that. In terms of the specifics, we've been working closely with our Solutions Centre and with the Facilities Management team to try to meet all expectations of schools. Can I ask Susan to give a little bit more detail on the practicalities of the Find It Clean, Keep It Clean regime as set out in 3.2.1? And I know also that she has been working closely with Alan on the control recommendation that we've been given by his team. Susan, can I ask you to come in, please?
Certainly, thank you. Good morning, members. The 3.2.1 point, the Find It Clean, Keep It Clean, it has been adopted across the region, and I think it's fair to say that it's working to a varying degree in different sites, which is why we continue to raise the profile of that amongst all staff groups to ensure that we're all playing our part. I think this virus requires specific work in terms of cleanliness, and we all have a part to play. It's not simply a cleaner's job to keep a classroom clean for us. So pupils, staff, cleaning teams at the end of the days and during the day are all taking part in this Find It Clean, Keep It Clean. And I think, as with any new regime, it's a case of continuing to maintain the profile of that in order that everybody is fully aware of what that means for them, and also how that contributes to the day-to-day life in the schools. So that, I would say, is going fairly well, although we recognise there's still work to do, and that will continue. In terms of the product called Control, what Control does is, and you'll understand that I don't have the technical knowledge of this, but what I understand the Control substance does is it's a fogging substance, and it lands on the surface, and we know that the coronavirus is a sticky virus, which I think is well documented, and what it helps to do is it creates a surface that makes it hard for the virus to stick to. It in itself is not the solution, but it is one of the tools we are using in our armoury of solutions to try and ensure that our schools are kept clean. And what it helps us to do is it helps us that if there's a part of a desk or a part of a chair that has not been wiped down as routinely as we maybe would like, this control offers a bit of backup assurance for folk that the virus would not be able to stick to that area. Flat surface area during the time. I don't think in itself it's a solution, because you're quite right in that the Scottish Government would be very interested, but I think it's one of a number of tools that we're using to try and make sure that schools are clean and safe for our children and our staff to be in.
And there was a second question from Councillor Fairbairn.
Sorry, Leader, there's a few actually. Sorry to kind of hog the floor here, but it's just really, I understand you'll probably not be able to answer quite a few of them, Gillian, and I just, in relation to the cleaning the schools, you know, what you're saying is the pupils are now going to take a degree of responsibility in cleaning their workstations and etc. themselves. So how's that going? Because I understand as well there's been a couple of concerns expressed within our group especially, and outside members of the public I've spoke to, in relation to pupils with additional needs that are, you know, it can be quite a challenging environment for them to be able to actually do that themselves as well. So what's in place in relation to that as well? Thank you.
Gillian?
Thank you. Again, we have a wide range of abilities clearly in our schools, and with different contexts and different classes and different ages and different classroom setups, there will be different arrangements in all schools. But if any individual child has a difficulty with any of the keep it clean arrangements, this will be supported by the staff. This is not a requirement that we are asking pupils to play their part as responsible citizens in maintaining a clean environment. So they will clean their desks, they will wipe their desks or their keyboards down as they're going into classes, and as they find it clean, they will attempt to keep it clean to play their part. But clearly, if children are struggling with that, or it is deemed that it is too difficult for children to understand the process of this, or their additional support needs means that they cannot engage in this, then of course the staff will support them in maintaining the safety of their environment.
Do you want to go to your following questions, Councillor Fairbairn? No, is that okay? Okay. Councillor Scobie.
It's on the same subject as Doug in terms of 3.2.4, Chair, and from what I heard from Susan, it may not have touched on the very issue that you and I have had discussions with a member of the public, one who is or appears to be highly qualified, and that had to do with some form of lighting. I just wondered if this is not the same, and it doesn't sound like the same in 3.2.4, if there has been any development in terms of what the individual, a highly qualified individual, came forward with, one that could kill the virus, and was suggesting a pilot project in one of our schools or offices, whether there has been any investigation, rollout or whatever, on what that individual was suggesting was a way of killing the virus, particularly in our schools. And it's maybe addressed to yourself, Chair.
Well, the particular product was a high energy UV lamp, and I mean I am not involved in procuring anything for the council, thankfully, and therefore I passed on the details of this person to the appropriate council officers, and your constituent has been furnished with the name of the person that she should correspond with, and certainly a high energy UV is used in some circumstances. I personally can make no judgment about how suitable it would be in a school, but it is used sometimes in hospitals and other functions. Councillor Scobie.
Grateful for that.
Yeah, we need. Can you put your microphone on?
Yeah. Is it on? Yeah, and like you, Chair, I am not qualified in it, nor do I profess to be qualified in it. But if it has been passed on to someone within the department or within the council, has there been any outcome of that in terms of looking at it, investigating whether there is any merit, feasibility in it, and indeed I'm sure the Scottish Government would be interested if it was the case. Has there been anything with the officer that you passed this on to?
Okay, Gillian, or Susan possibly.
Sorry, perhaps I am not aware of this, but I can take that as an action from this morning's meeting, if that would be helpful, and find out exactly what has happened on that. And personally, I'm not aware, so I can go away and find out and let Council know.
Thank you, Susan. And we are working closely with our public health colleagues, and I'm sure if there is an evidence-based solution to kill the virus as proposed, I'm sure that the Scottish Government will be keen to add that to the list of measures and mitigations that we hear reported on a regular basis. I certainly met with my colleague directors across Scotland this morning, and such a measure was not discussed. So if there's learning to be had, then I'm sure Scottish Government will take that on board, and Susan has highlighted will feed back to the leader. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Brodie.
Hi, Leader. Just some problem with the Wi-Fi here. Yeah, I always thought that Councillor Fairbairn wanted to take control, and when he gets control, he's complaining. I'm very glad that we are taking the cleaning seriously of the schools. It's important that we keep our people safe and our teachers and their families safe. So I'm glad that I raises this at the Education Committee and it's been dealt with. So I can understand why delegation has been taken away from the committee. I'm not so sure about the two items later on about the Learning Town and the IT. Perhaps they should have gone to the Education Committee a week or so back when there was a light agenda, because he need properly discussed. But we'll come to that later in the agenda. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Brodie. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Gillian, for the report today. So, as some members may be aware, there has been issues locally within Ward 2 around the schools, and there has been concerns raised from parents and children. So, firstly, I just want to say thank you to the team for responding to my request for information. And I think it is clearly a concerning time for everybody, and that is staff, that is our pupils, and that is our parents. I think it is important, and certainly having attended the PTA meeting at my local high school, there was an emphasis about how our children become responsible citizens. And I think it is important that all the young people are actually given that level of responsibility, which, you know, clearly we've discussed about taking that responsibility of cleaning desks, etc. I'm wondering, because clearly the information is in the report here about this substance control, and you've got this 4-week period, but then we're cleaning every 3 weeks, so we've got that overlap for safety, which is good. I'm wondering how common knowledge this is with the public, because clearly we've got various stages and steps that we're doing as a local authority to keep people as safe as we possibly can. And I'm wondering whether this information can be, you know, distilled into a one poster, etc., to put up in our high schools, to share with parents, and to put across our social media platforms, because clearly there is a lot of work happening, but if members of the public, parents, grandparents, staff aren't fully aware of what we're doing, it can add to the concerns for those out there. So I guess my request would be, can we get something put out that we can put across our social media and have within our schools, and send it out to all parents right across the region? So that's my first point, Leader. My second question is really just in terms of a timeline. We did agree previously about cashless catering, and I'm aware that that's not been implemented as yet, but do we have a time scale for that? Because clearly handling cash, and, you know, at this point, parents are being encouraged to use, you know, contactless in shops. So, you know, some parents may not actually have the cash in the house. So where are we in terms of that cashless catering across our primary schools? Thank you.
Gillian?
If I could take the first point and then look to Susan for the timeline on the cashless catering, please. Certainly, any communication we can have with parents and the wider community regarding what we are doing in schools, just to add that extra level of reassurance as to the work that's ongoing. So I'll definitely take that back. If there are posters or handouts or anything that we can do just to remind everybody of the work that we're doing, that would be helpful. I certainly met with the Dumfries and Galloway Parent Council Forum earlier this week. It was a really good opportunity to speak with parents and answer their questions directly about what we are doing in schools. So at any forums or opportunities that we have, one of the benefits of being able to meet online is it is much easier to meet parents from across the region, and it's good to have that face-to-face dialogue, albeit virtually. So I'll make sure that we increase our communication regarding the cleaning arrangements. And Susan, the cashless catering?
Thank you. So I can update Council that the discussions are, or the planning is well progressed with our provider. That's almost ready, as is the rollout programme, and that will start rolling out to schools following the October break. To the primary schools, and we are aiming to have that in place sort of by the end of the year in all primary schools. Members might be aware that there's been a launch of an app to make the ordering and paying for meals much easier for the secondary sector, who already had the cashless catering, and so we would be looking to consider that moving forward as the sort of second or third phase of the cashless catering for primaries as well. But first point is to get everybody on, and you're absolutely right, the purpose of this is to avoid cash handling, so the aim is to have everybody on board before the end of the year. And then also just to offer further information that we would then be looking to roll that out across all of our schools for all payments, so not just catering payments, but also for any other payments that are happening within the school, to avoid any cash handling in school premises at all. So hopefully that will continue on following January.
Thank you. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader, and thank you, Gillian, for the report. I'm looking at page 32, 3.4.6, and I note that 6 teachers have been appointed to provide appropriate learning for children and young people who may not be able to access school. This, as you know, is particularly relevant to Ward 2, because we have a number of children self-isolating at the moment. Now, part of that work is the development of a local online learning platform. Does that indicate any dissatisfaction with the current GLOW platform? Because it did appear in the national press earlier this week, and there was a degree of criticism of GLOW.
Thank you. Gillian.
Thank you, Councillor McComb. I'm delighted that there is a paper later on where we can take the opportunity to perhaps talk a little bit more about Dumfries and Galloway Virtual School. But yes, you're absolutely right. At 3.6.4, we set out the funding that has been used and been targeted for our Dumfries and Galloway virtual teachers. Well, they're real teachers, but they will engage with pupils in a virtual manner, and it doesn't indicate any dissatisfaction. It really is an exciting development. We had a high number of applicants for these posts, so it shows a great enthusiasm for learning and leading learning in a different way. So it is really about capitalising and amplifying the opportunities we have through GLOW, and also through building on eSchool and the national e-learning platforms. So the balance and the trick for us is not to duplicate what is available through the South West Collaborative or through eSchool or nationally, but to use these teachers to be able to distill and really refine the tools that are out there by way of the resource, and to target those for individual children. So this is a start to a new way of learning in a way that many in our transformation workshops last year that people were keen to see. So this is a practical step towards that.
So this is a supplement to GLOW, is that correct?
Yes, Glow being the platform that all teachers can use, and they will use Glow as a resource for either children in front of them or in fact children to support their own home learning or their homework or their parent-pupil consultations. But these teachers are specifically there to promote the online learning when children are not able to attend school, in addition to their class teacher. Remembering that the class teacher may well already be teaching children in face-to-face and may not be able to be two places at once, but those teachers will still be responsible for their classes. So it's augmenting what we have already.
Thank you very much, Gillian.
Okay, Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks, Gillian and Susan, for the report as well. So I'll try not to repeat any questions that are there. So just a brief one under the transport. I just wondered, is that up to date? Is that still relevant information that's in there? Have we got any updates? Some of us are maybe aware of some particular pressures that are upon us. So page 33, 3.4.14, it talks about extra money coming down for the Scottish Government and how that's it's been allocated and some still to be allocated. But on page 34, the second part of the paragraph says the arrangements for the distribution of this funding have yet to be established, and given the extent of which the projected costs exceed the initial allocation, every effort will be made to ensure that the needs of Dumfries and Galloway Council are clearly communicated as part of the process. So one question was just if you could outline the process in brief terms, and I need assurance in regard to your methods that you'll be using, that they'll be the most effective, please, if you could. And 3.4.15, just below that, it goes on and it talks about the extra £1 million that we could remove from both early learning and childcare. I just wondered, so in regards to that as well, I think it was there's two elements to that, but early learning and childcare, doesn't it tell us exactly what the different ratio is between the two parts? But I really need reassurance in regards to that particular service that it will be able to be sustained with this money taken away. I think that is really what I'm looking for, because we've had a number of discussions over that over the years, so I'm just conscious of any potential negative effect.
Thank you, Gillian.
Thank you, Leader. Looking at the early learning and childcare, first of all, I know that Susan has worked closely with Paul and following the guidance of Scottish Government that's been coming over the summer regarding the flexibility that Government have given to us in the use of the early learning and childcare funding. However, I can absolutely reassure members that there will be no detriment to the early learning and childcare provision with relation to the flexibility that the Council was offered in terms of this. In fact, Scottish Government were attending our early learning and childcare team meeting on the beginning of the week in terms of auditing this to make sure that all processes and criteria have been followed appropriately. Susan, do you have anything further to add? I know you've been working closely with Paul on the criteria for this.
No, other than to add that absolutely early learning and childcare delivery comes first, and then it would be any surplus within that budget line that would be used to offset using the flexibility that the Scottish Government have put forward to us. So I think the reassurance is that the delivery of the 1,140 hours in Dumfries and Galloway is the priority from that budget, and it would be about what is left. But projections are showing us that there is likely to be some funding left, which would allow us to enable that flexibility. And if I could pick up the transport question, just by way of an update, that the procurement process is ongoing. It closed this week, it closed yesterday, and I had an update that the level of costs is likely to be very similar, although very slightly below what is set out in the paper, which was our best projection. So it's looking like it may be a little bit below, but that process is not yet complete, so I'm not able to share any further detail. It's a live procurement process, other than to say that early indications look like it certainly will come in slightly below the budget set out in the paper, but we can provide that update once that process is complete.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Good morning.
Sorry, Polly. Councillor Carruthers has indicated he wants to come back on on that response. I'll take you after that.
I'm satisfied with the response here. Just it's in regards to the potential extra funding that's coming down and the methods that we're using, a brief outline of the process. I wonder if you just got that question asked as well. Just looking for the most effective. I'm looking for assurances that we are using the most effective processes that we can to gain any extra funding.
Okay, Gillian?
I've just, Paul Garrett has offered to come in to support us. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Yes, in terms of the allocation of the additional monies being made available by the Scottish Government, the allocation between councils will ultimately be determined by council leaders. But prior to that, and in terms of recommending the approach to leaders, it'll go through the settlement and distribution group, which I'm part of, and as part of preparing for discussions at that group, I liaise with colleagues in services, including education, on some of the key issues for this council. In terms of how we will go about seeking to secure a decent share of the remaining £30 million, I think what we'll be doing is what we've done to date, which is highlight the additional costs being incurred by this council, particularly for rural areas in relation to transport. It is a key element. We're making sure that as part of these ongoing discussions, that's very clear in terms of our discussions with both COSLA and the Scottish Government. One positive that kind of supports that is that we're putting this report, we're expecting to get an allocation of £545,000 through the initial £20 million allocation. We've actually secured just over £680,000 because they built in a factor to recognise reality. So things have gone quite positively in that sense so far. There's no guarantee, obviously, but we'll take a similar approach in trying to secure a decent share for this council of the remaining £30 million.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks, Paul. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale, sorry about having to cut you off, but I'll bring you back in.
No problem. Thanks again for that. That's helpful, Paul, and also thanks, Gillian and Susan, for all the hard work you've been doing. Regarding transport, again, 3.3.1 to 3.3.4, there is a bit of an issue with children on grace and favour at the moment. They've yet to hear about transport. In many instances, unfortunately, the parents have had to return to work. Some of them are actually teaching, and at present they can't use relatives or grandparents to transport their children to school. If we do receive this extra funding and indeed agree it, will that speed things up regarding the bus provision for the grace and favoured children? Because it is currently causing quite a huge level of angst just now. So an answer on that would be brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gillian?
Perhaps I could take this one, Leader, please.
Okay, Susan.
Thank you. So the funding is very separate, Councillor Drysdale. The funding is very much about those additional routes where service buses were previously used to transport children, and the fact that on a service bus they would need to physically distance and therefore we could not guarantee places. So that funding in the report is quite separate. However, the grace and favour process is almost at a conclusion where letters will be going out. If they're not out before the end of this week, they will be out early next week. So we are almost at that point of letting families know. We're very aware that has been a pressure for families, but we did need to make sure that our mainstream transport provision was working as we hoped it would, and that everything settled as a result of the COVID before we started to fill up the buses and offer up the places. However, that will be in place late this week, early next week, so families will be hearing.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. It's more looking to the future. We're putting in place all these contracts and for additional transport, additional cleaners, additional teachers. In 3 weeks' time, we could be looking at lockdown 2. What have we got in place that we don't need to actually spend this money if we've got lockdown 2, because we don't need the cleaners, we don't need the additional teachers because we can do the work back online, and we don't need the transport? Have we got clauses in there that we can actually withdraw from these contracts so that we don't have any abortive spend, as we call it, where we're spending money when we don't need to?
Okay, Gillian?
That's a point that we're hoping not to have to face, Councillor Hislop, but I do absolutely accept the point, and it's certainly something we can look into. We have been given clear guidance that keeping schools open is a priority and that we are working on that basis. So it is certainly something that we will look to make sure there is no abortive spend and no wastage to any of money that we will be allocating to additional staff or additional cleaning or additional transport. But our priority is, and it hopefully will continue to be, keeping schools open to allow learning and teaching to continue, and also to prevent any problems with parents going back to work, because we knew the challenges with provision of childcare prior to the summer. But certainly it is something we can look into. Councillor Hislop.
Okay, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Hislop has raised one of the points I was going to ask myself. It was on the procurement exercise, and that is, once again, on transport. Is this going to be done on a term-by-term basis, quarterly basis, or an annual basis? Because, as Councillor Hislop rightly highlighted, we don't want to get caught up in a long-term contract. Do you know what the process is?
Gillian.
Not specifically in terms of, I know that we have extended this to we have the costings involved until the end of the academic year as a provisional, so that we need to be planned. We need to, as the Chief Executive continues to remind us, to plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I would aim that we would have the costs here should the mitigations against the virus continue. Certainly we know that the number of cases are rising across Scotland, and we continue to be vigilant, and we are making plans, as the First Minister and the Prime Minister have said. This could go on for some months, and therefore we do need to make plans towards the end of the academic year, but we will continue to keep it under review.
Councillor Wood.
Another point I wanted to raise as well is that at present public transport is in a very fragile position. The Scottish Government's clearly indicated that there's going to be no further revenue funding for public transport. Some pupils are still using public transport. Is there going to be provision put in place for those that are still using that transport, should there be a failure within the service providers continuing?
Gillian.
It's certainly, there should not be any entitled pupils using public transport. It's certainly, if a pupil lives less than 3 miles from a school, they may choose to use public transport, and I'm not aware of any specific support that might be available. I've just seen a message from Paul to offer to come in. I think it would be with regard to the procurement question, Paul. Are you aware of any particular funding streams out for pupils, or with regard to the previous question?
Thanks, Gillian. Yes, it was in relation to the previous question, in relation to the procurement process, particularly for transport. In that process, we have recognised that there is now a likelihood that we'll need support over a fairly extended period, but that is highly uncertain. So I know that Douglas, in terms of preparing the documentation for that process, has inserted clauses which would allow the council to, at a short period of notice, to basically break those arrangements, and that's very clear to providers at the initial stage through the procurement process. So I'm not sure the exact details, either a fortnight or a month. I'm sure there are certainly those breaks inserted into that procurement process for transport.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Leader. Just a couple of things. I don't know about the response Gillian just made about entitled pupils using public transport. I thought that in my ward, entitled, if no supported, kids use public transport. I may be wrong. It's something to look at. I would suggest we look at, because I feel that there may be a few children that are actually using public transport and supported by us to do that. The point I wanted to make was on page 21, 3.2.9, where we talk about outbreak management and concurrent risks. And I know Gillian made reference to the last speaker to say we plan for the worst. This is anecdotally, but a group of about 15 or 20 kids congregating in the high street. When the police approached them, they said, well, we don't understand it because we can do this at school. And there is an issue, in my view, especially when you see what's happening in halls of residence and in one of the schools in the region, that there is a risk outbreak. We cannot have groups of children congregating in groups in the school. It really has to be managed. And I don't know whether it's a localised issue or a region-wide issue, but it's something, I don't need a response from Gillian now. I just raise it as an issue because clearly the risk of spreading the disease is compounded when groups of kids gather together and then gather in the street and then go home. There is something that needs to be looked at, but I'll leave it in Gillian's capable hands. I don't necessarily need a response now.
Okay, Gillian, is there anything that you wish to say at this point, or take it offline?
The very similar point was raised at the Dumfries and Galloway Parent Council Forum, that it is sometimes difficult for children and young people to interpret the different regulations in different contexts, but we're trying to help them understand that sometimes rules do apply in one situation and those rules might be slightly different in a different situation, and we are all trying to interpret national guidance and working with our partners to do that. But if there's specific things we can take up, I know young people are pleased to be back in school and they're pleased to be able to see their friends again, and we need to continue to remind them to do so safely, whether they're in an in-school or in a community basis.
Thank you. I have Councillor Nicholson. He's the last speaker indicating he wants to speak, and then we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. I was going to ask transport, but that's been answered. I think I want to comment as well on the cleaning staff. I think what has been shown in the past 6 months is that there's no abortive spend when it comes to cleaners and lower paid workers. If circumstances change, the lessons that we've learned in the council are there are other pressures that take place within that, and staff are very responsive and flexible to those pressures. So I don't think there is any abortive spend within the investment in the lower paid workers.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. I think that was more of a comment than a question for Gillian. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can we move to the recommendations? We're being asked to agree to authorise the spend of up to 1.336 million for the period up to the end of the financial year. Are we prepared to do that? Okay, agreed. And we're asked to note 2.3 and 2.4. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 7 is the Learning Estate Investment Programme. We again have to remove delegation from the Education and Learning Committee in order to discuss it. Happy to do so? Yep. Yep.
I'll put a wee note in there here.
Who's that? This is Councillor Brodie.
Yeah, just that it doesn't mention withdrawn delegation on the papers there, so that's the first point there. The second point is...
My apologies, it's in my notes but not in the paper, and I don't think we have to do it actually. When we look at it, I don't think we do have to do it.
Well, I think as a member of the committee there, I think we are being bypassed because this is an important issue. It's £2.6 million worth of expenditure. It's not going to get the scrutiny it deserves. We've got a poor track record on technology in schools. You remember the 2000 the Windows 10.
Excuse me, I think that Councillor Brodie, I think that's the next item. We're actually on the learning estate at the moment, not the technology in schools.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, we'll bring you back in for that. Okay, so we don't have to withdraw delegation, though I had put a note there, but I think we don't because it's agreement to prepare bids. Am I correct? As I say, it was in my notes, but not on the recommendations. Can I just check whether we need to do that or not?
Yeah, you're correct, Leader.
Sorry?
You're correct, Leader. It's not necessary.
It's not necessary. Okay, good. Just unfortunate it was in the notes then. Okay. The decision of the Education and Learning Committee to progress a reduced scheme consisting of the replacement of Dumfries High School, the relocation of Lowerburn Primary School into the Minerva building on the Dumfries Academy site, and the part refurbishment of Dumfries Academy, and that was decided, I don't have the date when that was actually decided, but that was the decision of the Education Committee. On the 15th of September, the Chief Executive received a letter from the Scottish Government stating that the Learning Estate Investment Programme was opening and that bids should be submitted by the 13th of October, and therefore we are being asked to approve this draft bid in order to be able to submit it by the required date. Paul McCulloch is available on Teams to assist members with any questions on his report, and he's supported by Gillian Brydson. So can I invite any questions and comments from members, please? Right, we've got Ivor and Ronnie, I think. Okay, Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a good report. It highlights some of the issues that we have in the educational facilities in the borough that still need to require to be addressed. I know I've had representation about the high school with regard to various issues, mould, movement in some of the buildings, etc., and wind and rain and cold when the weather's inclement. I think one of the big issues I have is we are progressing this to the next stage. We put the bid in. What reassurances can we give the staff, pupils, parents of these schools that if the bid isn't fully successful or successful at all, what's the backup plan to allow us to make sure that we can improve our school estate to actually bring it up to the level of the other schools in the borough that have had some spend on them? And there was a question I would also like to ask. It's in here that we're reducing the size of the high school, which I understand why we're doing it, but there's also a suggestion that we would be able to get contributions from developers of any major housing sites to actually help towards any additional costs. My understanding was that Marchfield, which is the sort of, or Summer Park area, which is the main sort of housing development area which sits beside the school, already has a master plan, and because of that we can then not revisit any conditions onto it. So we couldn't get developer contributions unless it was onto a new site rather than the site that we have, because we've had 2 or 3 actual sites that have gently been put in place just now, and there's never a report coming through saying that we should contribute towards that from or get a contribution from the developer. So could you clear that one up as well, please?
Although I thought developer contribution should be discussed by planning committee when the applications come forward. But
my understanding, because it's already got planning permission through the master plan, we can't revisit. You can't retrospectively put planning conditions onto something, my understanding. And we've had 2 or 3 recently extensions to the current site which have come through planning, but because it's just the layouts or something, we can't put that in. So if it's all got planning permission, how do we actually get developer contributions, because we've already agreed that it should come forward as a planning?
I don't know that Paul or Gillian will be able to answer that question, but I'll hand over to Paul anyway. Paul? Sorry, is Paul McCulloch on the line? Okay, looks as if he's not online. Gillian, can I bat it over to you, please?
No, there he's there. He's with us.
Sorry, folks, I had to deal with another matter there. Is there a question?
Yeah, it was Ivor was asking a question, Councillor Hislop was asking a question about developer contributions, because the development at Marchfield and around there is already agreed on. The master plan has already been agreed. There will be no opportunity to go back and request developer contributions. Now, I don't know whether you're in a position to answer that, or whether we would have to get advice from planning.
My understanding is that there has been a developer contribution agreement in terms of education agreed. What I can do is confirm that with the planning department and advise.
Okay, would you be able to get back to us with that one? Is this on the same point, Councillor Carruthers?
Thanks very much, Leader, for letting me come in. But I think Councillor Hislop's correct. So I think it probably comes under the governance and the parts that you outline in Paul in regards to taking it through the, I think it's at forget what's that point, maybe 3.5 actually, you talk about the HM Treasurer using the Green Book, but if that's additionality within the appendix, as Councillor Hislop's outlining, and I'm sure that it's already got a permission in that particular area, the catchment area, so therefore the developer contributions, unless it's a current or recent application, cannot be applied.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson.
I didn't actually put my hand up. I think it was Councillor McKee, but I won't put my hand up for later.
Okay, thanks, Chair. It's quite concerning. What will be in place? You're reducing the high school and the academy by 840 pupils. Now that's quite a reduction. Will there be capacity available in schools in Dumfries to cover any increase over the period? Because we're looking at 25 years for these schools. So we need to, I would assume, have spare capacity somewhere of some sort, and that could be an issue. Regarding the payment by the contractors not building houses, the amount of houses that can be built between Edinburgh Road and Lockerbie Road is quite substantial, and we would hope that conditions have been included in any planning permission for that to be covered by contractors to a certain extent. Could live in hope.
Thank you. Paul, the issue of increased capacity in the future, or requirement for increased capacity in the future.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously in putting forward this bid to the Scottish Government, we've looked to reduce what we have as overcapacity within the four-school model within the Dumfries Borough. As we move forward, and if indeed school capacities do increase, we will ensure that as we design a new high school, that it is readily or easy to extend that sort of design that we put on there. So there will be flexibility to ensure that any increase in capacity can be further accommodated. However, what I would say is that the bid in front of members does address capacity issues and bring it back in line with Scottish Government utilisation.
Thank you.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. I kind of take exception to this, the wording in here about phase 2. It's not the original phase 2, it is a new phase 2. I think, the deal was done with the Scottish Government on the basis of funding coming from the original, plans. Unfortunately, they have reneged and changed the criteria on this. But I think the plan is still the best possible in the situation we're in. Under these circumstances, I think the Academy of Lorburn, Dumfries High School and Noble Hill, I think that is the best plan going forward. But my question is that if the Scottish Government don't part fund both projects, what would be the priority project? If it failed in this bid, what would be the priority project we would go ahead with?
Gillian or Paul? What happens if the bid fails? Well, hopefully it won't. I believe it's a good bid, but hopefully it doesn't fail. But what would our plan B be if it did fail?
It's a good point, Leader, and that we are hoping that we will receive support to complete this council priority. We do have Condition C schools, and we have addressed the criteria of Scottish Government in submitting this bid. So clearly, should it not be successful, we would have to come back to members to look at our overall capital strategy to ensure a fit-for-purpose school estate for the future.
Ivor.
Well, I was just coming back to that. That was what I'd asked in my first question, but didn't get an answer, but we've got that now. The other one was, my understanding is that the funding is revenue support rather than capital spend or capital consent. Now, with, I think the Chancellor has sort of said he's going, rather than have a budget, is an autumn statement sort of thing, or whatever you call it now, and there's concerns going forward. If there isn't revenue in 3 or 4 years' time to actually cover this, where are we? You know, we're in sort of unprecedented times, and what could this revenue look like? You know, are they going to cover the full capital costs, or is it just part capital costs, so that we know what we need to do in our budget going forward to actually allow this to go ahead?
I believe it's maintenance costs, though I'm a little confused myself exactly what that means in terms of what we're actually getting in, but maybe Paul or Gillian can enlighten us.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. So the situation is that the funding arrangement is quite a complex model. It's based on, I suppose, 50% support for the capital cost. And the way it works is it's premised on us being able to demonstrate deliverables across the project to receive that funding support. So we've done a bit of work on that model, and basically it's premised on us being able to demonstrate that we have or are maintaining the building in condition AB for 25 years, which means there will need to be some of that revenue used to support that activity. Another key requirement through the funding model is that we support the sort of economy in terms of economic growth, and there's another performance measure for that. Another performance measure is about digital, and we ensuring that all parts of these schools have a 1 gigabyte sort of capacity. And the other one, quite importantly to mention, is the energy target. The energy target is 67 kilowatt hours per square metre per annum, which is very challenging. If members think about that, our most modern schools, the PPP schools, the ones most recently built, they have a sort of energy output of about, well, just over double that. So in any new build project, we will need to ensure that we deliver to that energy target, because if we don't deliver to that energy target as it's measured, we won't receive the revenue funding. So quite a different model to what we've been used to.
Okay. Councillor Fairbairn.
Well, I think Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Hislop answered that question really. I was going to say we had a plan A. What's a plan B? But it's actually a plan C, isn't it? So I think the question's been answered. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fairbairn. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, Leader. I was reading this carefully, and I think it's not an unreasonable ask. A new high school in Dumfries is much needed. But I do want to put a marker down that there is the rest of the region to consider if it doesn't attract support, make it quite clear that other members think that there are other responsibilities that we have to the rest of the region who have been waiting for a very long time to have their schools refurbed. The third thing to ask, Paul, if I could, on page 14 of the tender document, Paul, it's just an issue with respect to how it reads. It states in the middle of the bullet points there that the embedding of a member of the PMO into the project design team with an agreed design responsibility matrix. Now, I understand that a responsibility matrix simply is a list of who's responsible for what. But you then go on to say that there should be clarity of all design elements prior to works packages commencing on site. Now, if I was somebody reading that, I would be desperate that we had design elements completely clear prior to tendering. And that's what I would be looking for from my own point of view. It's just the way it's worded. It doesn't absolutely come clearly across.
Okay. Paul?
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. So when we talk about design elements prior to works commencing, that's the physical, how it goes together. And that's to ensure that as we go forward, so you're absolutely right, that the work to inform the tender process will have stipulated exactly what we need. However, it's how that all goes together and to ensure that we don't get issues around structural failing, etc. So that really is just about making sure that you've got various design elements, they all come together. So let's say we've got a mechanical and electrical design element that has to be fixed to the roof. You've then got a roof contractor who has his roof construction, and it's just ensuring the connectivity between the two and being very clear in that matrix. These are the people who are responsible for this. That was one of the issues that we picked up through previous work.
Okay, I've got Councillor Wood and Councillor Nicholson. No indication of anybody else. I'll take Councillor Wood, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Reeve has now said he wants to speak, so I'll take the three of them and then we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Just in reading this, it does make you wonder if this is not the point where we should be actually considering reducing the number of secondary schools that we have in Dumfries. Rationalise the estate properly. I mean, the reality is that by having 4, your costs are obviously increased. And on climate change, for example, does this meet with our climate change policy? If you're going to try and retain as many schools as you've got, that has an impact on climate change, does it not? And I don't see where the great savings are within this paper. So I would put it to you that we really need to revisit the whole school estate and think through properly what we're wanting to do, not just for climate change, but for transport, for staffing, for maintenance, because at the end of the day, we're going to find a lot of our rural schools are going to start to become extremely outdated, and there won't be the monies there to support rejuvenating them. We already have problems in Wallace Hall with the playing fields not being fit for purpose, and that is a fairly new school. So I would put it to you that the time is now to start to look at how we actually restructure our whole school estate.
Councillor Wood, are you proposing that as a motion, as a recommendation?
I would, in actual fact, I would put down a motion that we revisit and reconsider the whole phase, the whole structuring of our school estates.
Do you have a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Wood, you can dissociate yourself in that case from the decision if the decision is to go forward with it. Okay, we've got Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to see that Councillor Wood's still out of step with every group he is actually in. But I think Paul, it's just a question for Paul. It's on the Minerva Hall in Lowerburn Primary School. I'm interested in the capital. I don't quite understand the maintenance bid in rather than the capital bid, but I take it that because Lowerburn School, if anybody that knows Lowerburn School, it's a bit falling down, it's flooding under the basement, and it's a good site for possible investment for houses, but not for a school. And Lowerburn School moving into the Minerva, is that under a maintenance bid? Because, as far as I'm aware, that there has been minor alterations to the Minerva building since Barry's been there, which was a long time ago. But the main investment's been in the secondary school part of the school with newer parts to it, but it's still in a bad condition. So is that getting treated as one school, for a maintenance, or is it getting classed as 2 schools for maintenance investment in? I think in the economy side of things, I think it makes sense that the Academy and Lowerburn Primary School still stay in the town centre, because it creates, parents going into their shops, maybe buying, and office workers buying lunch, but buying shoes for their kids or whatever it might be at that time. So it does create a more vibrant economy for the more people that go into the centre. So I understand Councillor Maitland's concerns, if you want, about other investment, but there has been a lot of investment in other schools throughout the region, as she'll know. I know once that she was trying to shut a primary school in Dumfries, but things have moved on since then. But there has been a lot of other investment out with the Dumfries town, and that's why the whole DRT system was going to be put in place.
Thanks, Paul. Can you, or Gillian, can you maybe clarify whether the bid with regard to the Lorburn Primary and Dumfries Academy is one bid for both schools, or is it two separate bids?
So the bid for Lorburn and the Minerva and the Academy is one bid, and the other bid is for a new replacement Dumfries High School.
And that will involve the upgrading of the Minerva to make it make it fit for purpose. I know my children went there and it was a fairly elderly looking building, not really quite what we would expect people to be educated in at the moment.
So the Dumfries Academy Minerva / Lorburn bid will address a lot of the high and significant risk backlog maintenance issues around about the overall campus. It will become a joint campus, and will address condition issues with regards to the Minerva building, yes.
Councillor Lever.
Well, I suppose even Councillor Wood won't be surprised that I totally disagree with them. This isn't the time to revisit the DLT plans. We had long discussions prior to 2013 when we agreed the business plan, and we agreed to maintain the existing 4 secondary schools and reduce the capacity, which we've done for the Northwest campus. So we don't have spare capacity with the 2 schools we've got at the moment, which can be expanded. So I'm very pleased this has finally come to this stage, and I hope with all my heart that we are successful. But if we aren't successful, given the funding model, we will have to look at investing in one form or another in the high school, which is in a very poor condition, and in Lorburn. And just in terms of the original proposal, on page 53 of the appendix, it actually says that we are going to invest over £1 million in Lorinow Primary School and £2.5 million in Noble Hill. So once again, it's not the project as envisaged many years ago, but there is going to be significant investment in those 2 schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's more of a comment again from the chair of the committee rather than a question. Councillor Maitland has made a comment on teams that COVID-19 has perhaps changed demand for housing in towns, though I think that's not something that we can really cater for at the moment. I mean, I'm hoping it actually may be beneficial to Dumfries and Galloway as a whole, because people will be able to live here and work elsewhere because they'll be able to work online. But I'm afraid that's maybe just a hope. I don't think that's necessarily something we can predict at the moment, unfortunately. Can we move now to the recommendations, which is to agree the contents of the draft bid document and authorise the Chief Executive to finalise and submit it, as it has to be submitted before the 13th of October. And only just in passing can I say that Councillor Davison and I, in the past, had a conversation with the Deputy First Minister and Education Secretary, and he did seem to be sympathetic towards what we're trying to achieve with Dumfries Learning Town. So I will be very disappointed if this bid is not successful. So we're happy to agree this? Agree. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, and delegation doesn't need to be withdrawn for this, but given Councillor Brodie, I will actually call Councillor Brodie first, because I know he's got comments he wishes to make on this. This report provides members with the outcomes of the proof of concept testing of schools' virtual desktop technology and to set out the potential investment costs and future savings to deliver the virtual desktop technology in all schools during the sessions 2020 and 21 and 2021-2022. I know Councillor Wilson also wants to make a comment on this as well, but I will call Councillor Brodie first, please.
Thanks, Leader. I think that we probably do need to withdraw a delegation from the committee because it's an important part of its function, but the clerk can tell us that in a minute. I just think this needs a lot of scrutiny, because there's £2.7 million of expenditure here, and we haven't got a record on the technology in schools, a disastrous history when we introduced Windows 10, and schools still haven't really recovered from that change. So I'd just like to know who's been involved in the process, how many teachers, how many schools, have the professional organisations, the EIS, etc., been involved in it. But I do think it should be scrutinised more fully by the Education Committee, and I think that should be the next step of the process. Thank you.
Can I ask Nick, first of all, to confirm the issue about delegation?
Chair, I would confirm that delegation doesn't need to be withdrawn.
Thank you. Now, can I hand it over to, I think, Gillian?
Chair, could I ask for the standing order that says that to be read out by the clerk?
I think, firstly, Councillor, you'd need to make the case as to why delegation needs to be withdrawn.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Nick, because this is an ordinary matter of the Education and Learning Committee. I think it would be in normal circumstances done, and there's no real reason why we should delegate it, withdraw delegation at the moment. More speed, more haste, less speed, I think, is the answer here. So I'm saying that it's a normal part of education and learning business, and it would have to be suspended.
Councillor Crothers.
I just wonder if we could err on the side of caution, and just for the sake of, I suppose, proceeding on, I would move that we do withdraw the allegation, that is part of the motion, and we actually do withdraw it. We take that motion. I would propose that we do withdraw the allegation. It's a matter of process, and it's being pedantic, and to a point, I think we should just go through the process.
Well, Councillor Wilson.
But, Leader, this paper seeks to allocate funding. That is not within the delegation of the Education and Learning Committee.
Indeed, it's in the delegation of the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee. I'm inclined just to move on, actually, and to take the decisions. Councillor Crothers?
If you do it, I just think, should we err on the side of caution? I think you've said that outside. It may well not lie with the Education Committee, but it may well lie with another committee. Could we err on the side of caution? We didn't want this to come back to us.
Just to clarify, Leader, the rationale for not withdrawing delegation is because this is actually seeking additional funding that is not in the education and learning budget. Therefore, it's essentially not a matter for Education and Learning Committee. It's a matter for Council at this point. But if members wish to withdraw delegation just to move the matter forward, then that's something you may wish to do.
Okay, well, could we just formally withdraw delegation from both the committees? Because it's not clear which committee it would be, from both Education and Learning and Finance and Procurement and Transformation, because clearly they would have a role in it as well. Okay, so we can crack on with it. Okay, Councillor Brodie, there was something else. Was there more that you wished to say?
I would say that we need to scrutinise this more, to look at it more closely, and to involve our professional organisations in it. So I think that should be the next step, is to have more scrutiny of these proposals, because they're large proposals and we've got a record of not doing them very well. So I'd like to be assured that there's more going to scrutiny before we spend this money.
Well, 2.4 does say the Education and Learning will receive project update reports, including the financial plan and project monitoring. Councillor Carruthers, on that issue.
I was going to raise the same point, Chair. I just wondered if it could be outlined to the Council just exactly what does that mean. What authority will the Education and Learning Committee have at that point? Okay,
Gillian, are you able to clarify that?
Thank you, Leader. I think members, we are very aware that there were some issues with the rollout of Windows 10, and we've tried to take all steps within this paper to learn from that, including the robust testing from the proof of concept work that we've done, and with the engagement with our trade union colleagues over the past months. We've learned a lot both with the rollout of Windows 10 and with the move to blended learning over the summer. The recommendation 2.4 was as a way of ensuring oversight to make sure that members were assured that they would have opportunity to scrutinise this as a strategic project. And that's, as we have done with other strategic projects, make sure that you have regular reporting to every committee. If it's felt that that reporting, should we be successful, or should there be an agreement today, if it is deemed to be more suitable to report to a different forum, I'm happy to be advised, but this is a key project for us moving forward as part of transformation, as well as COVID recovery, as well as Paul highlighted our any new build school. There are a number of strategic linkages to this paper, and it's important that we give members the opportunity to scrutinise and advise as we go forward. And if it's not Education and Learning Committee, I'm happy to be advised otherwise.
Thanks. I think we'll move on because there's a number of members actually wanting to speak. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. I mean, I've got to say, this paper has sort of not as such been round the houses, but it has been to various full council meetings prior to this meeting. And I think, to be honest, we do need to sort of step on it. I know a number of teachers I have spoken to who are very satisfied with the way in which the return to school has been managed, but I know, for instance, that holding staff meetings is quite difficult, and in some of my schools the bandwidth is not there at present to actually, for every staff member to be in their own classroom or their own working space and joining a virtual meeting. The bandwidth at present is not there, and obviously that is something that we need to rectify as quickly as possible. One question on the actual proposal that I do have, I can't pretend that I am a whiz at this. Technology increasingly baffles me as it improves. So one question I would just like to get confirmation is, I noticed that there's the rural gigabyte project and the general primary upgrade. And what I would just seek clarification is that while I completely appreciate that in some rural areas there is the additional challenge in getting a good and strong signal, but obviously in some of our urban primary schools there is a higher rate of usage. You know that there's more teachers, there's more pupils, there's more visitors into the school. Well, will be visitors into the school once restrictions are over. So we'll just seek that clarification that actually these upgrades that we are putting in place will meet the needs of learners both across our rural and our urban schools. And I hear the point about greater sort of scrutiny. I at this stage would like to see sort of firmer allocations, budgetary allocations. I think it's essential that we don't only agree estimated investment, but we actually agree the allocations that will be invested. And I do wonder if there's merit in maybe only agreeing point 1, 2 and 4 today, and maybe to agree that FPT committee consider a report on the actual funding allocation so that we can get much more robust allocations, and also consider that alongside the capital investment strategy. I appreciate that members haven't actually considered the capital investment strategy within this calendar or this financial year so far, and think it would be prudent in line with the greater scrutiny that some elected members have asked for, that we do that.
So, Councillor Wilson, that's an alternative 2.3. You're proposing an alternative recommendation. Yep. Do you have a seconder for that? Yep. There's a number of seconders, I think. Yes. I think the first one I heard was Stephen Thompson, I think. But, yeah. So could you just put that into words for next?
Yeah, okay. So agree in principle to associated costs set out within the report, and further agree that Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee will consider a paper on the cost of this investment alongside the capital investment strategy and change fund allocations.
Okay.
And, you know, just to be clear, like FPT committee in 2 weeks' time, not in November.
Okay, I'll take that when we come to the recommendation, so thanks for that. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It was on the appendix, the test summary report. I was looking at the test metrics at the bottom of page 17, where phase 1 there was looking towards 100 desktop users, and phase 2, 250. And just over the page, phase 1 managed to get 40 and phase 2 managed to get 25 testers. Now, when they went through the testing programs, I see a number of issues have been rectified. I'm just wondering whether there's sufficient enough testing done, to merit this level of investment. 25 out of 250 seems an awfully low number, but I wonder if you could help us with that one, please.
Okay, Gillian.
Can I pass the question to Susan or Graham, please, with regard to what would be a normal level of testing? We are recognising that this was undertaken in some cases over the summer holidays, but in terms of any learning from that, Susan or Graham?
I think, thank you, Gillian. I think that a lot of the testing, to offer the reassurance, Councillor Campbell, a lot of the testing was to check whether or not it works and whether those connections are working as they should and those programmes are working as they should when they are situated in the cloud environment. So one person being able to do it is actually sufficient to prove that that is a successful deployment or not, and the ones that did not work with those smaller numbers have obviously, as set out in that report, been rectified. But what I think is important, I think what you're alluding to is the scale of users. Obviously we will have many, many more than that using and accessing this system through our schools. And what has happened is that the company who did the proof of concept Servant on behalf of Microsoft, they are able to take those metrics and scale them up to then tell us that if that 25 users were actually 2,500 concurrent users or 25,000 concurrent users, that they can confirm that the system would be able to manage that and manage it successfully so that there is no negative impact for learners. So we've relied on their scaling metrics to be able to do that, but I think the proof of concept testing for us as users was around, does the system or the software work in the way that we expect it to work in a classroom environment? And that is why we made sure that it was class teachers who were carrying out that testing for us.
Thanks, Susan. Thanks, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Fairbairn.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, initially, when I picked this report up and started to read it, I was a bit concerned because of the circumstances prior to this that we had with technology, especially last year. So it did concern me slightly, but on reading through the report and the trial and error and all the testing that's been done, I was quite assured that we're moving forward in a positive direction, especially in relation to the times we're in just now. And we actually need something like this. And so I think it's a very positive report, and especially when we're looking at page number 4, when we're saying about where was it again? Yep, it was 3.3, the bottom of 3.3. We are, by utilising devices already provided, the pupils who are most vulnerable will have equality of access to educational resources. So I think that's good, that's a very positive. But Susan and Graham, can you kind of just put a little bit more meat in the bones as far as testing is concerned? I know you just spoke to Councillor Campbell in relation to that, but how extensive was it? Just, if you can just add a little bit more spin to that, please.
Certainly, I'm happy to take that, and then I invite Graham to pick up anything that he feels I haven't covered. So what we chose to do was we selected 4 sites across the region and they were selected specifically based on their current infrastructure. So we had a primary with very unreliable infrastructure, so we used that as the primary site, a big primary in the east. We had Douglas Stewart in the west as a secondary school. We had Northwest Campus, so Douglas Stewart is a secondary school with no other upgrades to its infrastructure. We had Northwest Community Campus as a new school, and a school that had sufficient bandwidth that we would see how this product would perform with that bandwidth investment already in place. So we tried to ensure that we were covering all of the bases in terms of the infrastructure that we were testing on. And then what we did was we made sure that we had a range of users. We had primary school teachers, we had secondary subject specialists, and we had non-teaching staff, all of whom who came in and undertook the testing in two phases. The first phase actually in schools, in the buildings. We were able to facilitate that over the summer. And then in the second phase, some in buildings, but some done remotely, because the whole premise of this is that it supports remote learning. And I wanted to be sure that we were able to connect the way that we expect to be able to connect remotely, and that would be a viable option for delivering learning from home, either whether you're delivering as the teacher or whether you're accessing as the pupil. So I think that we have tried to cover the different permutations of what this product will deliver for us in the testing to make sure that it did what we were expecting. Graham, did you want to add anything?
Only to suggest as well, or highlight that we looked at a range of applications. In other words, applications that are going to be used in primary schools, the key ones, and then in particular what we would class as heavy use applications in secondary schools, the likes of AutoCAD and things like that. They're the applications that would cause us problems, and I think that the tests for those were quite successful.
Yeah, thanks for that, Leader. So in a nutshell, you're absolutely hopeful that this will work in the right direction. Really, there'll be no flaws in it. It's been extensively tested, as far as you're concerned.
Yes, I would think so. Yes, I would agree to that, and I would say that we've learnt from the previous Windows 10 and other rollouts, and we made sure that we're not going to see the same problems there. So we've tested that as part of the process as well.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you, Leader. I commend the Advanced Hire Hub. I think that's a great thing to have, and really will mean that children from out of centre will be able to access these sort of courses, which has been very difficult up to now. I just wondered whether any thought had gone into accommodating volunteers to help with things like reading or assistance. Parents went into schools and helped on a voluntary basis, and I just wondered whether any thought had gone into building in systems that would be capable of allowing that to happen, on a virtual basis. And the third thing to say is that I know that we'll be discussing this in finance, procurement and transformation, but I think I would put down a marker to say that in respect of our costs, I think we need to look and see what the effect would be with the change fund upon other transformational priorities. Thanks.
Thanks, Gillian.
Thank you. In terms of this volunteer, I think that's a very interesting proposal. Certainly we know through the work with the Parent Council Forum and one of the previous questions regarding community councils that there are different platforms, and the Scottish Government advice regarding from the digital office regarding security is very important, but we do need to start to look at parent access and volunteer access. What I can confirm already is that we do have study support sessions, particularly for the Advanced Hire Hub and for senior phase, and these study support sessions can be supported by a range of partners, which I think will be a good opportunity for youngsters can then log in and they can have targeted specific support for subjects that they are studying, but not necessarily their class teacher, and also potentially for work experience. So we're putting our toe in the water in terms of partner access, and I'm sure that volunteers, they're a key part of our group, of our school life, as you know, and if there are virtual means of recruiting volunteers for reading and literacy and numeracy support, then I'm sure that's something we can look at as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. So yeah, I've got the report in front of me, and certainly there has already been suggestions about amending some of the recommendations, and thank you to Councillor Wilson and Councillor Thompson for proposing and seconding those. I would certainly agree with that. Just going through the report, I mean, I was slightly amused at Appendix 2 that we're testing Minecraft, which my 13, soon to be 14-year-old S3 son will be delighted to know that our school systems can work on Minecraft. So I was slightly baffled by the use of that testing, but perhaps that's a good way to really put the system to good use. I'm very conscious that in terms of our council plan, one of our priorities is to be an inclusive council. Now, within that, I think it's really important that all the decisions that we make in council are set out as in our papers in a really clear and easy way for people, members, staff, members of the public to understand. And unfortunately, this report is really not very clear in terms of the figures and the funding. And I think this is why it's really important that we do amend that recommendation 2.3. And just one example of this, and we'll clearly get a chance to go through this within FPT committee, which I'm not sure if we want to even add that onto recommendation 2.4. But if I look on page 4, 3.8, it states the annual revenue cost of this move to virtual desktop technology is likely to be circa 1.4 million based on the licensing. However, when we look at the figure in 2.3, it states that there's a recurring funding of 231k per annum. So I don't think that this is particularly clear, this report. So my request is, when we look at this with greater detail, can we please have a much clearer paper before us, because we've got lots and lots of words in here, but very little facts and figures set out in a way that is actually easy to follow and understand. So that would be my request to the report authors that bring forward the next stage in this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think possibly the difference is because the cost of the current contracts, but I agree that it's not totally clear. Maybe somebody can clarify that. But I think you're right. I think we need to have more detail at the forthcoming report. Yep. Okay, I'll move on. Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. Going back to when we set up the change fund to implement things, it was either to spend to save, or to allow us to actually bring in things that would reduce future costs. Is there any spend to save in here? Are we reducing any future costs so that we can demonstrate against the change fund? Or is it a case that we've built the bridge now, we don't need it because we can actually do virtual stuff where we don't need to move the kids to the bridge or teachers to the bridge, and will we get the revenue saving from the fact that we don't need to rent the space at the bridge from the Bridge Trust?
Gillian?
I think that there will always be some subjects that will be well served by a virtual response. We will continue to need the bridge. The bridge is an important part of our Dumfries Learning Town project, and as we move forward with DLT2, the bridge will be central to that. But we know that the bridge doesn't meet the needs of children from other parts of the region. There's some subjects will be able to be extended virtually. So this is a development. In our view, it is a spend to save. It's certainly an aspect of development that we as a council felt as part of transformation that we wanted to focus on, and it will augment what we have already proposed in terms of Dumfries Learning Town and our ambitions for children across Dumfries and Galloway.
As a spend to save, how much are we saving? And if it is a spend to save, then why are we requiring an additional budget?
Gillian? Sorry. Did you hear the question?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't hear the question.
Could you repeat the question, Ivy?
If it is a spend to save, why do we require additional funding into the budget?
Paul, are you able to?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Gillian. There are savings associated with this proposal, and they're set out in the appendix. However, I would highlight that the net impact of this proposal is an additional annual cost to the council. So there's not a net saving to the council. There's an additional cost despite the savings that are being achieved, and that, as Councillor Hagman set out, the request is for recurring funding of just over £200,000 despite that cost. That's a net impact, so there actually is an increase in annual cost to the council of over £200,000, but in order to get to that stage we are building in projected savings in relation to staff costs and other savings within education to offset the cost of the investment.
I think Adam, is this on this point?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. On this point, I think the thing is here is that it's indicative potential savings or in some views cuts, and it would be up to councillors if they wanted to take those in the future. But I mean, I see that one of them is to reduce school-based staff, in essence teachers, and I'm sure that that would be a proposal that many of us would not agree to, or would not agree to if we get a favourable budget settlement from the Scottish Government.
Okay, Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I think any investment in our younger or in youngsters is to be welcomed. But I'm looking at 3.8 in the report, and really I'm looking for an assurance. While I welcome the investment, I would have liked to have seen more for additional support for learners. However, that's not before us today. But in 3.8 it does talk about curriculum choices. And can I get the assurance from Gillian that what is proposed here in the spend will indeed give increased choices to our youngsters, remotely or whatever? And it's in subject areas where schools may not have the teachers to provide that. And it frightens me when, I can read in a local paper that maths is one of those subjects, particularly in Stranraer Academy. That this will allow them to sit there and give them additional or increased choices in the curriculum.
I certainly took that as one of the purposes of doing this, was in order to do exactly that, particularly for young people who don't live in the urban centres, where they can maybe get the same sort of choice at their local school. But I'll hand over to Gillian to give you, hopefully, that reassurance.
Absolutely, Councillor Scobie and Leader. This is central to what we want to do, to give an equal choice in terms of subject options. But there are associated other benefits in terms of staff, in that single teacher departments or staff who perhaps are looking for professional learning or mentoring or additional opportunities to hone their craft will also have opportunities here, because they will have, in addition to what they already have in terms of professional practice and support in their own school, they will also have the chance to sit down with other staff across the region and across the southwest. So if you are a sole teacher of a subject in a school, then it might be a good opportunity for you to see how other teachers across Dumfries and Galloway work, to work collaboratively with other classes, work collaboratively with other teachers, other principal teachers, and that can only extend the scope of what they can do. So it is both beneficial for the pupil choice, but also to extend and enhance the professional practice of our teachers.
Thanks. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I'm totally in agreement with the concept of a virtual education. However, we have heard comments earlier about lack of clarity and the need for scrutiny. Part of the difficulty lies in the fact that this paper only arrived, certainly in my case, yesterday afternoon. It is dated the 22nd of September. The envelope was the 22nd of September. I really think, Leader, that we need to be more timious in distribution of these papers.
No, I agree with you, Councillor McComb, and I did in fact take this up with officers when I noticed it had appeared on the website, but nothing had been distributed to members. So I think there was a bit of a problem here, and obviously I think we would all wish to get papers in due with sufficient time to be able to give adequate consideration to them. So I hope that this won't happen again. Okay. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the teachers and schools that during lockdown, the excellent work that they did using virtual education. I see this very much as the next step within education, but would also like to hear what the actual vision from the Education Department is for the future and how they see this playing a part in our pupils' education, insofar as are we moving towards a situation whereby pupils will not need to go to a school every day in the week? Is that one of the sort of options that we could have here? Would that save on transport? Would that save on having as many schools within our estate?
Well, I think there is actually a legal obligation on local authorities to provide education, and I don't see us being able to change that without changes in the law, but I'll hand over to Gillian.
Thank you, Councillor Leader. I think the title of our Appendix 1 is Stepping into the Future Together. So this provides us with the infrastructure to build from, in terms of what we want our school estate to look like and what we want our priorities to be as we go forward. And that's perhaps not for today, but what this does bring is an opportunity to build from the infrastructure that we have. So I think Susan refers to this as any time, any place, anywhere learning, and it does mean that in an emergency situation we can respond, but it brings some flexibility to what we would then want to do in the future. And it may be that we have virtual work experience. It may be that students can learn from home. Senior pupils can access college academy programmes and do not attend school at certain points of the week. But at the moment, we don't always have the infrastructure to deliver that. So our overall digital strategy will be very important. And this is the first step. These 4 phases are the first step of what we would like to do. But we need the infrastructure from which to build. And I'm hoping this paper pulls together a number of strands and allows us to take those first steps.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Young, Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Lever, and then I would intend to go to the recommendations, and it is nearly 1 o'clock and we'll take the half-hour break at that point. Okay, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Leader. I'm just thinking, my goodness, we've come a long way from the old BBC Micro sitting at the back of my maths classroom to this. It's quite incredible. A couple of points I would like to ask. Do we know if any other local authorities are building or investigating similar IT technological solutions? And my second point is, although it's described in 3 phases, in Appendix 4, it's split over 4 years. And I note in year 4, there's educational support staff cost of £825,000. Could we have an explanation of that figure, please?
Thank you. Gillian.
Thank you. If I'll talk a little bit about the staffing models, but then hand over to Susan and Graham in terms of the national benchmarks. And ultimately, this is not a budget savings paper, but it is an indicative way of how we can reshape and reframe our resources. Part of transformation was about how we do things differently. And if we had an infrastructure which could allow advanced hire hubs, for example, it would mean that you would not have to run certain classes 10 times, but you might do it from 2 sites. And therefore, the overall staffing formula and the staffing models that we have could be done differently. And clearly, if we are looking at taking this forward to Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee, that's something we could explore differently. But it is just an indication that we could look at how we deliver learning, and with that, the use of our staff in delivery of that. In terms of other authorities, Susan, Graham, I know that our Ayrshire colleagues are working with us in terms of the virtual school and the eSchool platforms. Is there anything that we can learn from other authorities in the use of this technology?
I think the answer, sorry, Leader, I think the answer to that is yes, we do, and we have been working with other authorities. However, it seems that the other authorities have focused on providing devices to pupils so that they can take them home. They're not necessarily taking it to the same level that we are, providing with the connectivity from home as well. Other authorities just seem to be providing with devices and say, yes, you can take them home if you wish, whereas we're providing that whole solution. But they have highlighted issues around, the provision of full class year devices and things like that. But I don't think that really affects the solution that we're looking at.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. I haven't a clue what Councillor Young had in his desk when he was at school. When I was in school, I didn't even get the 3 R's, never mind this jolly phonics or Minecraft or whatever it might be. But going forward on that, the Councillor Wilson and Councillor Thompson, they put forward a motion. I'm very happy to support that. And I think, from some of the comments that's been going back and forward, there has been in the paper, it talks about COVID recovery, it talks about the new normal and that, and just on the funding itself and the change fund, perhaps when it comes to FPT, we can maybe separate what we're planning pre-COVID to additional requirements, taking into account the changes and possible further changes of COVID impacts and what are the costs of them, and if we can recover any costs for the Scottish Government, that would be even better. So perhaps we could get some of that detail in there.
I think that's some further information for the next report that would be helpful to members. Councillor Lever.
Chair. Hello?
We're hearing you.
Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, stating the obvious, we are a very big region. And I think what this does is it delivers a large amount of equity in education, not just in terms of access to specialist teachers, but also all youngsters, irrespective of what their background is, will have access to it. So I think that's a big step forward. And I do think this places us in a very good position of being in the leaders in this type of schooling. And I remember a seminar at the Bridge, and someone from Highland Island actually gave a talk there, and they've been very much at the forefront of that. And he's had the case of a teacher based in Barcelona actually delivering schooling to youngsters in the Highlands and Islands. So that's a sort of advantage that gives to this. And there is a real urgency about moving this forward because of the COVID problems we've got at the moment. There's a very real chance that some of our youngsters will have to, well, particularly the senior phase, will have to move to a blended form of education. I mean, I hope that's not going to be the case, but it is something which puts an urgency to this. And I think the COVID pandemic itself has actually given us more confidence in using this in the same way as it's given us more confidence in e-meetings. We don't actually have to be physically face-to-face in order to benefit. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Gail's indicated, Councillor McGregor's indicated she would like to speak, and then we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you very much, Leader. I wasn't going to comment on this paper, but it was just to pick up on a couple of the comments that Graham made. Members may be aware that digital sits within my COSLA brief as well, which is very exciting. And I would just cite members to the Inspire Learning programme that's been rolled out in the Scottish Borders, which has been hugely successful. It initially started by providing iPads to secondary school pupils and has now been rolled out through primaries 5, 6 and 7, and also to all teaching staff. And it was just to pick up on Graham's point that any families who do not have connectivity at home are provided with a dongle, and there's an agreement between the families and the school to ensure that the pupils can get online, particularly kids from more deprived backgrounds. So I think it's something that we really, really do need to look into, not least of all because it enables blended learning very well. And during lockdown, it enabled Scottish Borders to maintain a near over 90% attendance rate in school. So I think desktop technology is all very well and good, but it's almost obsolete now. So I would just cite towards the Scottish Borders model, which obviously suits an area with a large rurality as well. But thank you.
Okay, Graham, do you have a comment on that? I think part of what we are doing is similar now, isn't it, in terms of providing connectivity as well as devices?
Yes, very much so. I think the Borders, Scottish Borders, benefited from their arrangement with CGI, who are their IT providers. And they were able to leverage some additional funding through them to be able to provide devices for year groups and so on and so forth, as Gail outlined. And yes, they do have a solution that we have been looking at, and we're going down a very similar line.
Thanks, Graham. Can we move to the recommendations now? 2.1, 2.2 are for noting. Then 2.3, I got the impression that there was a fair amount of support for the alternative recommendation. Would I be right? Yeah, so that we will go with Adam and Steve Thompson's alternative recommendation at 2.3, and that's agreed. And 2.4 to agree that the Education and Learning Committee gets project updates. Councillor Carruthers.
No, thanks. Very, very content in regards to the recommendations. But a point was brought up by Councillor McComb, echoed by yourself, in regards to when we receive the papers and the time we've got in which to try and digest. We've all got our similar but different group structures, how we address this through our groups. The process is there. Is there any way possible? So we will have a call out through our secretary of our group to talk to the proper officer in regards to this, how we can get these reports quicker into the right agenda. I mean, a fortnight is a more realistic, especially when you've got volumes, I suppose, audit, risk and scrutiny this week, IGB, as you're well aware, you remember that, then full council. There was pensions as well for some. It's never ending. When you get that volume of paperwork to try and take in, it consumes your life. There's no time for anything else. Is there any way we can tie this link in or make it clear from this perspective that we need a larger lead-in when it comes to reports coming to council? I think we can make that decision, but we need to make that absolutely clear and format that properly.
It's certainly a sentiment I have some sympathy with. I also had a Borderlands meeting on COSLA leaders as well, so it's really, it's difficult for councillors to be able to assimilate that amount of information. And I think, we do need to look at the way in which, I don't know whether it's the way in which the council diary is currently running, which is the problem, or what. Councillor Wilson, I think Councillor Nicholson wanted to say something.
Sorry, just to add to that, Leader, I agree with the points being made. I think certainly for the full council meetings, I haven't been able to keep track of it since committees restarted, but papers were sort of being published sort of a full 7 days in advance, and obviously by the time you get, for those relying on the paper copies, at least you were getting them a good bit quicker. But I think one of the big issues is those late reports. I think this one in particular, only 2 days to really read through it, and obviously a number of us admitted it's not our forte. That the late reports, I feel, add an additional pressure. So it's something that maybe needs to be taken up.
Great. Councillor Nicholson, did you?
Yes, I've got sympathy with that, but one thing I would warn against is you can't tie your hands. If decisions have to be made quickly and quick reports have to come, they have to come. But where possible, I think there's absolutely no reason why we can't get them in time. But you don't tie your hands if you've got to make quick decisions on it.
Clearly, there could be times when urgent decisions had to be made because of changes in circumstances, and obviously the sort of current times this is a sort of time when that could very much happen because guidance and so on changes. But I think we'll take that forward. I think there's a general consensus that we want to have these papers in time when we can, so that there's adequate consultation. And maybe you shouldn't have said this, but the administration group wasn't able to consider to this paper because we'd already had our group meeting before the paper came out. And I can say that now that we've actually gone through the recommendations, but it's not, it's not ideal. It's certainly not ideal. Thanks. So it is now 5 minutes to 1, so I suggest we have our half an hour break and we come back at 1:25 to agenda item number 9. Okay, we're in a position to reconvene the meeting. Can people hear me all right? Councillor Wood said he was having difficulty in hearing me through the mask. I'm trying to set a good example by wearing a mask, but are people hearing me all right? Yep, okay. Yep. Good. We'll move on to agenda item 9, the mid-term review of the council plan. This report presents elected members with the agreed mid-term review on our council plan. Importantly, it incorporates our agreed 5th priority relating to the council's declaration of a climate emergency in 2019. This review provides the opportunity to assess progress, close completed actions within the plan, and also to consider any amendment to the council plan, particularly in the light of subsequent policy developments and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the administration wishes to propose an alternative recommendation at 2.5, and I don't know whether this can be put on Teams. I did forward it so that members who are not in the room can see it. And indeed members who've got devices in the room can see it. Our amendment is 2.5, build on the good practice in communications and engagement developed through our council's response to COVID-19, to implement a programme of public and staff engagement on the council plan and emerging budget issues in light of the new strategic policy development since the plan was prepared and the impact of the recovery from COVID-19. This engagement to be member-led and in line with our council's 5 priorities. So that's our proposal instead of 2.5 amongst the recommendations. Heather Carnahan is available on Teams to assist members with any questions about the review process and next steps. Heather will also coordinate contributions from service representatives should there be any detailed inquiries about specific issues. So I invite members' contributions and questions. And I see Tracy has put that alternative 2.5 onto Teams. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Leader, sorry. So when I got this report, what I did was I went back to the 2017 plan, and so we've seen the plan in front of us, so we've got a glossy document, and we're looking at that and comparing it to the performance report that's here. So there's some things in here we could be positive about, for instance, trading standards, performance out of the box when you actually read that, but there's other things. So you look at building a local economy being our number 1 priority, there's a number of things here we could be critical of, and I suppose on the back of what you said at 2.5, probably worth having an adjournment so we can discuss that later on after hearing some of the views from other fellow councillors. But so looking at this, come back to the point made in the previous one, that the time we've had to actually, as groups, so we should say in our processes, to look at this, take on board and digest what's there. I mean, when I felt the original plan, because of what's happened, you spoke about COVID, we've had major restructuring of the council. There's a number of things there. It is out of date. There's no two ways about that. It's materially out of date. And what we really need is a new council plan to take us forward. 2.5, your recommendation, your amendment, may well take us towards that as part of the process. That's what maybe like to discuss that further. But in general terms, I could be very critical of some of this. I might come back to some of the points. It's not just for me to talk, obviously. I could be very critical of some of it, but positive in others. But it's about the performance. How was the council stroke administration? It was your plan, ultimately. How have you performed against that and the ambitions? Would like to see the white sands removed. That's an absolute policy, certainly for the Scottish Conservative Unionist group in the council. We are clear in regards to that. So I think actually going forward, looking at a fresher plan, whether we'll leave it to December or call a special meeting, looking to look at a new council plan, how we can apply that. But maybe as the meeting goes forward, we can discuss that further and have a 5-minute adjournment to discuss your recommendation at 2.5. If members physically can get a wee look at that, Leader.
Yeah, basically the intention that instead of just elected members deciding how to change the plan, it would actually to consult with other stakeholders and with the public and have a series of consultation events so that we can then rebuild the council plan. And I think that from those discussions we get ideas of what might be able to be ditched and what maybe could be increased. But I mean, the report here, I mean, a lot of the performance indicators are reported to the various committees, but it's more just to give an overview of how that plan has developed and what has been delivered, what hasn't been delivered, and what may need to be changed in light of what we all know now. I mean, not only is it 3 years ago, but the circumstances have changed dramatically since that the council plan was agreed by the whole council. I mean, maybe the administration's plan, but it was agreed by the council and became the council plan. But things have changed and moved on since then. I mean, we'd agreed we would review it anyway, but I think there's obviously even more need to review it now.
Just for absolute clarity, I think the Conservative group voted against it at the time, but it was certainly a council decision, so I agree on that point.
Okay, I've got Katie Hagman, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Leader. So yes, we've got the council plan before us, and it is a review. I think it's always important that we stop and reflect and actually confirm. Are we doing things as we should? And I think it's right and proper 3 and a bit years into this term that we actually do this piece of work. I do welcome the fact that we've got a big overview before us, and as you quite rightly pointed out, Leader, many of these key performance indicators will be reported back to the relevant service committees. However, I'm looking on page 72, and we've got in there the number of pledges, and we've got a small table which says completed, on track, in progress, and not started. However, I'm slightly confused as to what those relate to, because certainly when we look through the document, we've got our usual green tick, which I'm assuming is completed. We've got our green little arrow, which I presume is on track. We've got in progress and not started. Now, in progress, I'm assuming, and this is what I'm looking for clarification, is that our yellow symbol, which normally stands as a warning, is not a in progress. This is a warning marker, and our red marker obviously normally represents that there's an exemption report. So the markers that have been used within this plan don't actually reflect these pledges, because certainly if we're looking at the red markers, and if that's the not started, well, there's more than 3 of those within this document. So I'm a bit confused as to the actual competency of this actual little table here and what it relates to, because it's not clear on there. So I could do with some clarification on that. And just as a side point, but actually a hugely important point, I really welcome the fact that we've got this new priority, and I'm aware certainly my colleagues have been working hard on this, and especially our environment champion, Judy Campbell, in terms of getting this climate declaration as a priority. So I just welcome that we have now got this or we hope to have this as a priority for the council, because I think that's absolutely crucial, and it will put weight and merit behind all the decisions that we make going forward in regards to the environment. Thank you.
I think that the way that, I'll bring Heather in a minute, but the way that she's put the report together, we have the 4 priorities, build the local economy and so on. Then beneath that, there were the various pledges which were in the council plan, and then there are the performance indicators which relate to those pledges. Now, it's the performance indicators which have the red and yellow and green marks next to them, as they do when they go to committee, but that doesn't actually refer to the activities. So for some I say 1.1.2 tackle youth and long-term employment is key. There's several indicators, and some of those in the past, one of those is a red status, the other I'll have a green tick. So that's why it's the overall assessment of sort of how that Heather's given us to where we've been looking at the different KPIs which contribute to that particular activity. But I don't know if I've explained that all that well. I'll bring Heather in, she'll probably explain it better.
No problem at all, and thanks, Leader. Yes, Councillor Hagman, I do understand your confusion around there, and you're absolutely right in terms of the status symbols that you're used to seeing in the performance reports at individual project and indicator level. The red, amber, green does usually mean, yes, it's where we would expect it. You're absolutely right. The orange triangle in a performance report means that there's a milestone coming up, or the performance is just about out with their set tolerances. And red does usually mean it's either running late or performance is below where we would expect it. What we've tried to do here, as the Leader just explained, was that whilst the document takes you through the individual performance indicators and the projects, at council plan level, if we think about the appendix in the council plan that states what the council commitments and pledges are, what the assessment, the policy assessment, is actually looking at on balance. Where are we in terms of delivering on that pledge? Each pledge can be made up with a number of performance indicators and projects, so the assessment takes them on balance, and indeed, as you say, the tables there summarises the number that are complete, on track, or in progress. And at the highest level, in terms of actually applying that to the group of commitments within the plan, that's where the complete, on track, in progress and not started comes from. It's perhaps is a bit unfortunate that the symbols are the same. What we'll certainly look to do once we get the performance report agreed and take on board any comments on that, as we look to make it a public document, we'll work with graphics to remove some of that confusion, so that when it goes out and we're reporting on what's been delivered, it's not taken us down that confusion route.
Thank you for the clarification. So can I just double check? So in terms of the number of pledges, in the document that we've got in Appendix 1, it makes reference to assessment, and it's got the key headlines on there. Are those headlines of what you're calling the pledges? Because there's not just a list of pledges as such. It's under assessments and various headings. But are the headings essentially your pledges? Is that what you're confirming?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So the numbers, where it goes 1.1.1, 1.1.2, that is the pledges. If we think about that, there's a table, it's quite a long table, and the actual glossy council plan document. So that's each of the rows that's in that. It's kind of blue if you've got the coloured version of the council plan. Those 1.1.1, 1.1.2, etc. That's what I've referred to as a pledge.
Yeah. Got it here. Thank you very much. Cheers.
No problem.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Leader. I think actually this report today shows the good progress that has been made by our council, and in particular by our council staff, and working across the region with our communities, with building the local economy. You know, I just think to the fact that we now have a South of Scotland Enterprise Agency. This council as a whole, and particular individuals, played a key part in making sure that there was a strong South of Scotland Enterprise Agency created. I mean, keeping curricular school music tuition free. I know that that's a national policy that the Scottish Conservatives have, although maybe one that is also on the slide now that Andrew Wood has joined our group locally. So a lot of good progress here, and a lot of good policies that are delivering for people in Dumfries and Galloway. I do think that actually the priorities, the four priorities and our new priority of tackling climate change, are absolutely right for the region. I think that over coronavirus and the lockdown and the subsequent restrictions, these have been the right policies and the right priorities for this council in making sure that we get our region back on track, and that we support everybody who works, lives, plays, whatever it may be they come to our region for, to come here and to be safe and healthy and to reach our priorities. And I do think if Councillor Crothers is saying that he thinks that we need a complete rewrite, then maybe he should suggest what the priorities should be, and I would hope to see those today, considering we are going to agree the inclusion of the fifth priority. On climate change in particular, I think that, you know, it's very good that we have this recognition from the council, but I do think that we need to start seeing, and I hope that we start seeing, some really concrete proposals on how we can tackle carbon emissions in our region. I think that while the council has a leadership role to play in terms of tackling carbon emissions across the region, whether that be within communities or local businesses, I do think we have a huge role to actually reduce the carbon emissions that we produce. Some research that was pulled together in a table at the end of last week by a group in the United States who've been doing a lot of research on this actually showed that 2/3 of all carbon emissions come from energy. So I think that actually as a council that has a number of buildings across the region, as a council that uses a lot of energy, there's a huge opportunity there for us to be really coming forward with renewable energy solutions with the amount of land that we have, with the buildings that we have, and I would like to see those come forward as quickly as possible, because actually there's a revenue saving for us there in the long run, but actually more importantly, that carbon emission reduction.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. Good afternoon. I want to second the proposed amendment to 2.5. I think it represents a sensible way forward, particularly in our current circumstances. I do agree with Councillor Wilson that I think that this report demonstrates there is sound progress with the existing council plan, and that is in spite of the number of issues and problems that have arisen and beset us over the last 3.5 years. Notwithstanding dealing with those sensibly and in a measured way, we have continued to make progress with the council plan into the bargain. And without doubt, that is due in no small part to the efforts of all of our council staff. Confining my remarks simply to the issue Councillor Carruthers raised regarding building the local economy, I hope he would agree that in the current circumstances, almost everything that we were originally looking at and considering where that particular item is concerned needs to be looked at, because we are dealing with a fundamentally different situation so far as the region's economy is concerned in pretty much every single respect. It's no longer simply a timely and helpful mid-term review, but in my opinion, a pressing necessity that we look at this again, we look at it carefully, and we do it as is outlined in recommendation 2.5 on the basis of engaging with people and listening to what their experiences are of how things are changing, and they continue to change, as we know, both unpredictably and at pace. I would also reflect, however, that that area of activity has progressed significantly since 2017 and the creation of the South of Scotland Enterprise Agency. We have far closer working with our colleagues in Scottish Borders now, arguably, than we ever have, at least in part brought about by our collective efforts to respond to the first economic shock of the lockdown in the spring. We have the Borderlands Partnership. We have a growing and developing partnership with our colleagues in Mid and East Antrim, the first formal meeting of the North Channel Partnership, which I chaired only yesterday. Again, all looking at things which I think many people in this chamber would support in terms of making the case for strategic investment in our infrastructure, looking at opportunities to increase tourism once it's safe for tourists to return, looking at opportunities further in manufacturing, in trade, the sorts of things that we can do, I think, effectively together cross borders, whether they currently exist or are about to be introduced. There is a great deal of positive and, I believe, beneficial work underway in these matters already, but it is absolutely right that we take this opportunity, as is set out in the amended recommendation, to review where we've got to and look very critically at what we need to do next in order to respond as best we can in the time we've left in this council term to the developing and unprecedented challenges that face us. So very happy to second 2.5, Leader, and actually I hope that that will have broad agreement across the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Leader. I don't really know where to start. I've got like pages of notes here. I mean, this wasn't a very good plan when we actually passed it, but so I don't know if I need to comment on the indicators one way or another, because would the implementation of it be good, or the lack of implementation be good, be even better? I see on page 177 that our top priority is still supposed to be the economy, but apart from sending out an SOS to SOS, we haven't actually achieved very much. I mean, if you look at the list of items we've achieved, it's really threadbare. It's nothing other than a failure. So to actually welcome that, and I don't think we can really be responsible for the setting up of SOS, actually. If taking some specific items, let's say the events strategy, which is not doing well, we're attracting less people to these events, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, the idea with an event would be we should actually give it seed capital to start, and then have a policy of tapering off our support. So what have we done? We've done it with Youth Beats. We just guaranteed its funding into the wide future, and it's supposed to be good for our economy, but we can't charge people who come to it even £2 to attend it. So I don't know the type of high spenders that we're thinking of attracting to this event, but no younger person growing up here and looking for a future career and prosperity here will stay in this region because we run Youth Beats. So there'd be a great opportunity to spend that money better on encouraging them to start their careers here. And I would go into my point B, if we've got that money, because we could actually
have sold DG1, or attempted to, over a year ago when I said this will be the higher watermark of it, even though it was scheduled to lose £1 million a year at that stage. No interest on that. We've still got that albatross. We've got this Bund project coming ahead where we're going to squander millions on that as well. Very unpopular project. It'd be much better if we had, let's say, a £3,000 start-up assistance for young entrepreneurs, or £3,000 for employers who would continue beyond the 6th month Kickstart programme. That's the type of thing. We could then go to SOS and say, please help us match fund that. That's what we're doing for our people here. But it would actually be a psychological change to say we're inviting those who would like to stay, or perhaps go to university, come back and actually make a business or make a career here. I'll miss out a couple of items. I'll go into the White Sands. I've asked this before. I mean, it says here 20% of it has been completed, delivery date 2023. I have no idea whether the fact we're 20% on the way to doing it means we're going to complete it by then. But I asked before, when's my next opportunity to vote with the great majority of people and vote against that? Page 164 talks about participatory budgeting again. This is a £3 million ticket. I've never had any clarity about when this is actually coming, this £3 million. We're still apparently just talking about it. I thought it had to come in by a certain point. We've had some participatory budgeting to do with alleviation of poverty, up to 200,000-300,000. When's this actually going to happen? The GARAC, I mean, this is a mid-term review. I thought that our position in the way that we are a tenant of the GARAC needed to be looked at as an express. When I joined the council 3 years ago, and there was a EEI meeting where it was agreed we would do that. Now, I can't get onto these committees now, but up to my last appearance on such a committee, there was no review of that. I mean, I've warned about a few things that have come true in fiascos, and that's the sort of debacle that's just sitting there for the future. Probably a future council after our one, but it's going to be there and bite us someday. Inclusive council. You continually refer to inclusive council, but you're absolutely an exclusive council in the worst delivery of the word. You won't actually engage with the party that got about 40% of the votes at the election, and it's a party that's got a good deal of competence in it, which your administration sadly needs, and it would also give your administration the actual moral authority to actually be an administration and not just a rubber stamping organisation for the officers. So I would support Councillor Carruthers when he's actually asking for this new plan, and Councillor Davison was talking about reviewing this. This is the review today. I'm looking at the title here, mid-term review. The review is happening today, and I would support anybody who suggests we need to start with a new plan now. And you could then take on board the ideas encompassed by the full range of people we've got here that have got good ideas. But what you're intending to do is to go out for consultation. Now, I know from working in other fields that consultation is very heavyweight and very expensive. You will carry that out by the time that this particular council comes to an end. But you've actually got 43 elected people here who are out there supposing to be out there getting the public pulse and feeding back in great ideas. You only need to get the ideas from in this room and the online community we've got today. You don't need to go out for a consultation. But you could become an inclusive and therefore a much more successful council for the last 2 years that we've got.
I just comment that we're going out for engagement, not consultation. Consultation is quite a different.
Absolutely, yes.
Engagement is a consultation. There are legal obligations associated with consultation. It's not consultation.
So engagement is a deeper form of interaction, which is even more heavyweight and expensive. And the type of consultation and engagement that I have actually seen to date has given people absolutely superficial information, with the only target is that you can blame someone else because you're supposedly implementing their will, where they didn't really have a chance to. I mean, it's very difficult for the 43 of us to actually drill down through the thousands of pages we are presented with all the time, but we're actually paid to do that. And if you used all of us, you might get deeper into it, but you'd also have the kind of moral authority to take control.
Okay, Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I just wanted to make some comments in relation to the strategic priority and to thank the Officers Working Group and colleagues on the cross-party working group in terms of developing the priority and the 5 objectives that flow from that. I think it's important to point out that this is a significant moment in terms of the new strategic priority, having made our climate emergency declaration, and I think it represents a transition from us talking about climate change to the point that Councillor Wilson made in relation to actually taking action. So I'm very pleased that we're now at that point. In terms of process and how we go about that, the work on our baseline assessment in terms of CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions for the region, not just for the council, is at an advanced stage, and that will provide the baseline that we require in terms of what we have to do to be a carbon neutral region by 2025. And I think it's important also to link that with the strategic action plan, which we'll hopefully have in the next couple of months, and that will start the process and quickly, I hope, in terms of identifying the projects and work streams that we need to undertake to progress towards carbon neutrality. And I think it's also important, and you know, I was listening to what Councillor Wilson was saying about what we should be doing within the council, but it's much wider than that. We are taking the lead on this, which is good, and is what we should be doing. But we require buy-in from the other public authorities and services within the region, the private sector, the public sector, and the voluntary sector. And this new strategic priority provides the basis for starting those discussions with partners and stakeholders to take things forward. So I want to thank the colleagues cross-party for their support for the strategic priority, and I'm looking forward to reporting at the next full council on my annual report as Environment Champion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Heather, for the report. Could I just make a couple of points, if I could lead you all to page 102, 1.3.18, please. Recently, I've had a look at the Northwest 500, and we're looking forwards with Visit Scotland to grow and try and develop tourism, which at the moment is really, really crucial for our area. And I think we have to move really quickly here. There's a little bit of confusion in the report, I'm sorry to say, because, and it could just be me, but there's the development of the Southwest 400 tourism route, and then underneath we're back to the Southwest 300 tourism route. I'm aware some of these routes are done by bike and some are done by car or camper van and caravans. At the moment, Campra Airs, which is something that's been developed in Europe, has been developed in the Highlands, and we're very, very slow to act upon this in Scotland at the moment. But forward-thinking councils will move quickly on this one. And they welcome people coming into the region for one night, and there are facilities for grey waste disposal, dustbins, toilets, etc. And everything is very clear for tourists. I think as a council we have to move really quickly here with Visit Scotland. We only have a grant of £20,000, which is a drop in the ocean. Camper vanning and caravanning will continue at present, especially in light of the current situation we're under just now. So I'd really, really ask as a point of interest that councillors and officers really think about this and that we move really quickly and don't be left on the bandwagon here, especially in light of today's announcement that Airbnbs and bed and breakfasts can only have now one family at one time being accommodated. So again, we're going to be hit hard. So that's just a point, sorry to make that, but I think it's really important. Thanks for listening. And then page 103, 1.3.9, 19, we look to support 100% coverage of next generation broadband by 2021. So my question is, Heather, do you think that we will have 100% super fast fibre broadband coverage rolled out across the whole region by 2021, especially in light of the fact that we're all being asked to work, remotely at present? I think it's really important as well. So it probably just requires some clarification on that, because again, we just don't get the investment from central government that we need. Thank you very much, Heather.
Heather, I don't know whether you want to pass it on to others to answer those points.
I'm not sure in respect of the broadband one. I know that Graham was on earlier for the school's IT paper. I'm not sure actually if Graham's rejoined the meeting because his part was over, if you like. So if Graham's still here, it would be helpful. He might be able to give us an update on that. But certainly the officer that we worked with to prepare the update in respect of that one was pleased with how it was going. But I take on board your point about the increased demand and the need for additional capacity there. So I'm not seeing Graham popping up anywhere, so I'm not sure if he is there. And in respect of the SWC 300 and 400, we did actually check that out with the people that are responsible for that project and that commitment within the plan, and they were keen that we did include both, because they were, although different, as you rightly pointed out, Councillor Drysdale, there were similarities, and they were keen to make sure that they were both given visibility within the report. But yeah, we'll certainly make sure that does feature in the plans as they're refreshing their business plans.
I think Chief Executive wanted to come in as well on that.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, the 2021 is the contracted date on the Scottish Government's R100 programme. So 2021, Government secured a contract with Openreach to deliver that in our area by that target date of 2021. That may be impacted by COVID, but certainly there was no indication that that target is moving from the Scottish Government, and that's fully funded by the Scottish Government for a region. The Borderland scheme around digital is a bit an infill of the 4G network across Dumfries and Galloway. And just to give you say, we've had the data finally released from Westminster that would allow us to complete that business case as part of the Borderlands. Just to say that on your R300 and R400 routes, that that was a key element of our discussion yesterday with our Irish colleagues. Very similar around caravans, parking facilities. Certainly local members over in the West were very supportive of that process, and again a conversation under tourism that's going to form part of the convention meeting next week. And again, it gives us an opportunity to talk directly with ministers to push our case forward. But tell you, very, very supportive around that, both from an environmental point of view to avoid waste, but also to open up the staycation opportunities for our region. So certainly we'll make sure something comes back to members through the appropriate committee as soon as we conclude some of these discussions.
Thank you, Gavin.
Okay, David James, you wanted to come on the broadband.
Yes, thank you. Now, I will declare an interest. I've done a bit of work in this field with a provider that's information. But the contract has been awarded to Openreach to supply Lot 3, which is the southern lot, it's the one we sit in. And 2 weeks ago, the government released a voucher scheme that complements that. So Openreach have predicted certain houses that are properties and commercial premises that will be completed by 2021, and those that will then be completed up to 2023, and those that maybe won't even be completed at 2023. So if you put your postcode into the SBVS ScotGov checker, you'll see that your house is listed there. You can click on your house, and then it will tell you whether you've supposedly got superfast at the moment, or whether you will be getting superfast before end of 2021. If you're not getting it by the end of 2021, you'll be eligible for a £400 voucher from now, in liaising with a provider. Or if there's doubt as to whether it'll be completed by 2023, you get a £5,000 voucher capability right now.
Yeah, thanks for that. Now, I've got Richard Brodie on, just wanted to speak, but he said he wants to speak about item 8, which we've passed. So I'm not sure whether that's the Wi-Fi gone wrong. His Wi-Fi has been playing up. Richard, were you wanting to speak on this item? too late, I think. Okay, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at page 156, and this is the efficiently deliver full integrated health and social care services by collaborating with NHS, Dumfries and Galloway and other partners. And I do not see a status for 1920 and indeed a question mark for 1819 and similar. I just wonder what the status is on these services. But it was raised at the audit and risk by Stephen the last day, and where we have responsibility for the delivery of social care service, but not necessarily the control of the delivery of these services. And I wonder, in terms of the status and the services that we do deliver to older persons, people in residential care, and there is an item I'll speak on later, in this respect, and whether we should be, because it refers to in the on-track amendments to the scheme were agreed by full council on the 27th of February 2018, and again by the NHS board in February of the same year, and that it does refer to reviewing it annually. And I know that'll be at, well, I would assume that would be the responsibility of the service committee. But, with the increase with COVID-19, with the increase to social services that people have never had any contact before, whether this is one that does need a review and a prioritisation in terms of the delivery of the services and what we control, even though it may be by third parties delivered. Just some comment on that, and if it could be allowed to be parochial, Chair, it's really on the on-track on the various flood preventions, and I note down in Stranraer that we're in the latter stages, or final stages, of the purchase of the land. We have, as I understand it, we may not substantially completed. We've got the issue in Spout Wells to be completed and tie into the previous works. And then we're well behind because of COVID. We've got the Station Street, and that was held up because of the land purchase, and whether we are on target to return to that at an early date or as soon as, please.
Okay. Any response on that?
In respect of those, Leader, I've got, and I can see Heather's face on the bottom of my screen, so Heather Collington might be kind enough to give us any comments or update in respect of the social care item. And as far as I'm aware, Stephen Herriot, I can't see his initials on the screen, he's maybe in my +24 box, but Stephen Herriot, I'm sure, will pick up and respond to the flood prevention issue for us.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm more than happy to address the issue about the partnership and the status of work and the monitoring of that work. Most of that would come through the performance reports, which will come to committee and also go to area committees. But in terms of Councillor Scobie's point, if we think that doesn't cover some of the issues, I'm sure I can work alongside Heather and we can make sure that we've got the sort of the wording of that right, and we're actually absolutely sure that the right things are coming back to the right place. But my understanding is, in terms of the chief officer from the partnership who would attend committees normally, and also attend social work services committee, then there are opportunities there where reports are brought back which actually outline and will outline the progress that's being made in relation to our services, and they mostly come up through social work services committee. So I don't know whether that's helpful or not, but happy to sort of take further conversations or have further conversations with Councillor Scobie out with the meeting if need be.
Thank you. And was Stephen Herriot available for Councillor Scobie's other point?
Hi, thanks, Leader. Yes, if I just can come in on the Stranraer flood protection scheme and the references to that in the report. We are taking a detailed report on all the flood protection schemes within the service to Communities Committee on the 1st of October. and we're going to update on the Stranraer Flood Protection Scheme at the same time. With respect to spout wells, phase 1 is almost complete. I understand that we've, after we got back on site because of the COVID lockdown, that we're almost complete there on that first work item. And we will then progress with phase 2, and we're anticipating phase 2 of the spout wells should be complete by summer next year. Work item 6, which is Black Parks, the land purchase has progressed. It has taken quite a bit of time in terms of negotiation between the district valuer and the landowner, but I understand that we've reached agreement with the owner now, and that this is being concluded with our legal team for completion. We will then move forward with detailed design on the flow control measures, having control of the land at Black Parks to reduce the flooding risk to the Edinburgh Road area. And in the interim, we're looking at short-term temporary measures that would hold water back within the land once we've purchased it, while we progress the design, the detailed design of the flow control features at Black Parks.
Thanks. Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I welcome the report that's coming forward on the 1st of October, and if that could include the short-term measures and some kind of timescale for moving this one forward, then we are moving forward on it. Just on Heather's remarks to the Health and Social Care Partnership and delivery of services, we are here and asked about the status, and it's just a question mark on them, no indication. But as it says in 2.2 in the recommendations, consider and agree the mid-term review and progress on the council plan provided in detail in Appendix 1. And, you know, it's the detail I'm looking for, how we're progressing with the increased numbers to social work, whether they fit in these categories, and are we delivering the services that the people would expect to see delivered in around care homes and so forth. So it's not out with this. You know, I welcome the monitor social work committee, but we need to see it equally as a full council that we are progressing on the plans, strategic plans, and service improvement and deliveries.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Leader. I suppose this is a good time to bring this report, because the full impact of COVID will not actually be reflected in the figures, so there may be a sort of crimson hue to the report the next time it comes. I think if we are reviewing this, we need to review it when we have that information, because that is what will tell us what we need to actually change. You know, currently we have a lot of good information in here. Things are moving in the right direction in certain quarters, other things aren't. But what's the impact of COVID going to be on all of these figures? I would think we'll see the economy going red, and that's something I think we need to concentrate on in the future to make sure that we don't become a backwater. We are somewhere where people want to come, young people to come to start new businesses, etc. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and we need to look at that at the appropriate time. I've noticed through one or two of these that we're seeing COVID being the reason that some of the figures are in red. Now, my recollection was it was the 23rd of March that the Prime Minister came out and said, right, all shops should shut by the 23rd of March. And that was when the sort of big lockdown came in. Now, we see in the event strategy a 16,000 drop in the numbers. Now, I can't remember if we had some big event on in 1819 that wasn't repeated in 1920, but a drop of 16,000 is significant. And that didn't just happen, as it says, possibly late February, early March. So if there's an idea of that, in the school lets, you know, there was one went down 1,800 people in 2 months. That would suggest to me, I think it was over the year that it went down, not just those last 2 months. Could you maybe give us some update on what actually caused this?
Heather?
Just quickly having a look there, sorry, to check in respect of the events. Now, I'm not sure, forgive me, Harry Hay, I'm not sure when things transitioned across. Harry might be able to give us some information on that. I noticed that Councillor Driver has quite helpfully said in the comments there that perhaps Wickerman's a feature in there, which you can relate to. And in respect of school lets, I think probably Gillian and some of the team are perhaps still there that can provide a bit of an update in respect of the impact or what was happening just before COVID in respect of those.
Thank you. Hi, Heather. With regard to school lets, I can't think of any specific reason why the school lets would be down prior to COVID. Clearly, following Scottish Government guidance, there have been no school lets available since schools closed on the 20th of March. But I can't see any specific reason why the level of lets would have been down prior to that, unless there is some almost accounting and reporting issue which covers the quarters. But our school lets have generally been increasing year on year, but clearly we're in a very difficult position. While we want to maintain extracurricular activity and the work with our partners, we have to do so prioritising the health and welfare of the community.
Yes, I see Councillor Little has suggested that it was electric fields is what we lost last year. They took a decision to go up to Glasgow, and that would obviously have made a difference to the numbers of people visiting the area. But, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regards to the number of contracts awarded to local suppliers. Well, I'm a little surprised that Councillor Wilson is not supportive of his businesses, because that's quite a drastic drop. And there's little surprise that the local suppliers are not even bothering to apply for the tendering if they're not going to get awarded the contracts. I'm also surprised that Councillor Wilson believes that we're only 50% of the way through the antisocial behavioural, and it should have been completed in March. So he really doesn't have much regard for his electorate. I'm surprised, really am greatly surprised at that. Could you give me an indication as to why we're not getting the number of contracts awarded to local suppliers?
Okay, Heather, someone that can... I know we've been a certain change in personnel because of Karen Scott going on maternity leave, so I don't know whether Steve Atherton is there and he can comment on this.
I'm happy to come in, Leader, if that's helpful.
Certainly, Paul. Yeah, certainly, Paul. Thanks.
Sorry, can apologise firstly because it's actually an error in the paper. It's entirely my fault, rather as the report author. I've obviously missed this in the consultation process. The figure for number of contracts awarded to local suppliers is actually 358 for financial year 2019-20. So that's an error in the paper. Sorry for that. There is a full report on procurement activity which will give further details on contracts with local suppliers, which will be brought forward to the Finance Procurement and Transformation Committee at the start of next month. So there'll be much more detail on procurement activities in that report. But as I say, that figure in the report is not correct. The correct figure is 358.
Councillor Wood.
So if what I'm hearing is correct, the figures are not correct in this paper. And if that's so, can I then ask, what is going on with regards to road maintenance? I note that you have been very successful in driving down the cost of maintenance by 25%. I also welcome the fact the administration put in 700,000 towards road maintenance. Yet there's only a 0.08% improvement in performance. My constituents don't believe there's even 0.08 improvement. So can you tell me what has happened that we're not getting the output, or I would have thought there should have been an expansion in productivity coming from that department.
Okay, Stephen Herriot, are you there? Can you answer Councillor Wood's second question?
Yep, in terms of the road maintenance and the capital programme, there have been a number of additional allocations made for specifically for carriageway maintenance, and that will have had some effect and impact on the road condition indicator. I think it's against the background of a steady state figure is calculated a per annum investment of about 18 million, whereas we actually on average only invest about 6 million per annum on our carriageway from our capital programme. So there is, in terms of reporting to committee, service committee, we do a kind of annual update in terms of what the backlog figures are in terms of the maintenance requirement on the road and the steady state figure compared to what we actually invest. And we're doing quite a bit more analysis on that just now as we do the road service review, with the view of bringing back more information to members as part of the recommendations coming out of the road service review, including the necessary investment in the roads asset.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
I see Adam's on the list as well. I don't know whether he wants to answer.
I was going to bring Adam on after yourself, but Adam, do you want to come in now? Ronnie has kindly offered you the opportunity to come back.
Thank you. I mean, I think obviously Paul has answered part of the question, although Councillor Andrew Wood has demonstrated that he is on top of most of the detail that comes before us, but at least not all. I'm sure that members will be aware that between financial year 2018-19 and financial year 2019-20, the size of the Council's capital investment strategy decreased significantly as a result of a number of projects coming to end. So for local contractors, and indeed all contractors, to apply for council work, the council actually has to be putting out that value of spend. And so if the council is not putting out as much spend, there's obviously not as much work for local suppliers and contractors to bid for. And therefore, I suggest that that is one reason why there is a slight reduction. But I'm sure that, not that Councillor Wood supports it, of course, but hopefully with projects such as Dumfries Lantern Phase 2 and others, that actually the council will be increasing its value of spend, and therefore there will be a lot of work for local contractors to bid in for, and I look forward to voting for those proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Leader. It's just a quick point on, I know overall I think this is a really good report. I think there's a lot of positives in here, no matter the negative sounded in the council here. But how, it's up to the 31st of March 2020, and I know that there has been an impact before the actual lockdown on certain items in here. But on the tourism, I think it was mentioned regarding the tourism and digital campaign, I see that's 100%, but it'll be interesting to see how that works out, in the future and where we are with that. An example given just recently was, for a staycation in Pirpartic, for example, in a holiday house, a bungalow and that, and with the new restrictions in place, the website actually says you can go, and at least it did, you can go on vacation with more than one family in a holiday bungalow, holiday house. But Fergus Ewan is now saying, no, you can't, and that's just a complete changeover but it's still up on the website. So how does the digital campaign and the digital resources overcome this?
Heather, is anybody available to answer that one?
I'm not sure if that's Steve Rogers. I think it kind of falls between two, to be honest, and it probably is something that needs to be continually responded to. But I think Steve's perhaps on the meeting now and might have something to add in respect of tourism and the economy in respect of that one.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Leader. Certainly, the role of Visit Scotland in terms of promoting the region has been enhanced with some supplementary funding that was provided by Scottish Government just really around the turn of the financial year. So We've certainly seen even immediately post-COVID period that there have been campaigns to promote and encourage staycation and domestic tourism visits, and certainly the anecdotal feedback that we've had from accommodation providers within the self-catering sector in particular has been that they've had really significant increases in bookings really right the way through to the end of the year. So as and when we get feedback and data through Visit Scotland, we'll be reporting that back to the Economy and Resources Committee while we review what our priorities should be for supporting the sector going forward. Thanks, Leader.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I didn't really ask him a question that because there's obviously a lot of related businesses attached to holiday homes and holiday people in Patrick, for example, and that's the example I'm giving. Whereas yesterday, the day before that, they brought in restrictions in more than one family, but there is a good number of holiday houses, bungalows, and that have booked up to the end of the year, but will now no longer be able to go to these places. Only one family at a time can go now, and whether that's an extended family or whatever. But
Steve.
Leader, thank you. I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer the specific question, given the fact that we're still waiting for the formal government guidance and changes to the legislation to be published on the back of the First Minister's announcements just earlier this week. So once those are published, I think there will then be a definitive view, although I do understand that there are FAQs available on the Scottish Government website that deal with that particular issue and would indicate that, as you suggest, Councillor Nicholson, that those restrictions will apply to self-catering accommodation.
I think the Convention of South Scotland meets on Monday, and there may be the Tourism Minister is there, so there may be an opportunity to pursue some of this a bit of that. But I'll bring Councillor Scobie in on the same point.
Thank you, Chair. It's on the same subject. I'm pleased to hear Ronnie raising it and using Patrick as an example. And Steve well knows that I've been following a case or cases where during the lockdown and the hardship fund that was made available to bed and breakfast and the self-catering sector, then very few were successful in securing funding from the hardship fund, and indeed even less applied for that for whatever reasons. But I know of one self-catering premises in Patrick that will be seriously hit again because of the two-family, one-family, where the premises is more, and I'm sure there are many more. And I think we do need clarity from the Tourism Minister as to the effect. And if it does have an effect on these establishments, then we should be looking for some kind of support, financial support to these industries, as we have for other businesses throughout the region and the whole of Scotland. And there is a degree of unfairness that I've spoken of at other meetings.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Councillor Inglis.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, thanks for this report. A couple of questions right at the very start. There's an item on page 78. Assessment is no further assessment required, and it's on track. It's to tackle youth and long-term unemployment. Can I ask why the target has dropped so drastically from 2017-18, 2018-19 to 2019-20 for the first item and the third item in that grid there? It seems to drop the target from 300 to 60. What was the reason for that? And secondly, the tourism situation. I believe our administration and the council disinvest in tourism in Dumfries and Galloway. It's one of our highest economic sectors, highest earning economic sectors, high employment economic sector, and yet we actively disinvest in tourism in Dumfries and Galloway. And I think you know, that is a legacy from this administration. You know, I don't believe that you can hold this administration up and say that you actively support economic development in Dumfries and Galloway when you do not invest in one of the major sectors. So, second was a statement. The first one I'd like an answer to, please.
Okay, can we have an answer to the first question? That was about the change of the target. Which I think I know what the answer to that is, but I'd like somebody else to provide it.
Leader, yes, happy to assist. So the target was changed as part of our business planning process last year to reflect, first of all, the capacity that was available to provide that service, and secondly, to reflect the fact that the service was increasingly focused on providing support and help to more hard-to-reach clients who had significant barriers and issues in terms of their progress towards the jobs market and the labour market, and that more intense hands-on approach was only capable of being delivered to a smaller number of clients, and that's the reason that the change was agreed through committee last year.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just come back on that
okay.
for 1 second, please? On page 86, this has already been commented on, but I'd like to highlight this because the key performance indicator says that 2019-20, the annual number of tourism visits to festivals and events, major festival and events, dropped from 49,505 to 33,000. Now, just above that box, it says Youth Beats has taken place each year other than 2020. But surely Youth Beats for 2020 would not come into this anyway, since it's held in the summer.
Anybody want to take that? I think at the same point as was raised earlier. Nobody's commenting. Okay, Councillor Fairbairn.
Sorry, Lady, yes. It's in terms, really, I think Councillor Ingalls has touched on it, really, and I think some others in the room have. It's in relation to our apprenticeship scheme, and I know down here on page 80, there's reference to it, and I have had this conversation with Steve, and I'm prepared to have another offline conversation with him in relation to this. I just don't really think we're trying hard enough in this region as far as apprenticeships are concerned. I think we need to try harder, although we've got the figures down here. I know for a fact that we're not trying hard enough in speaking to businesses, and what businesses are we actually targeting, because we're trying to retain a young workforce here, and as Councillor Hislop mentioned earlier on, we want people to stay here and retain that, so I think we really need to try harder as far as that's concerned. So I'm keen to interrogate that a little further with Steve, maybe offline, and also in reference to Councillor Wood earlier on, the figures were wrong. I just wondered what other figures were wrong in this report. Maybe Paul could tell us. Thanks very much.
Okay, can I response to that, please?
Yes, and as I said, the other indicators in the report related to finance procurement are all correct. As I said, the error that I picked up on earlier was due to an oversight on my part rather than anything that indicated a difficulty with the overall report, so I apologise for that.
Okay, I've got Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, Leader. It segues, I think, quite easily from what other members are talking about. Leader, that the exclusion rates for looked after children are going the wrong way. And I also noticed that the destinations, the positive destinations, which will be reported in a lag, obviously, but nevertheless, we're not looking good the year before. And I think we should keep a very close eye on this. Youth employment, youth unemployment, I think for the region is double the general figure for unemployment, and that's only going to get worse. And I think if we are really taking seriously our concern for children in our care, which looked after children are, I think we've probably got to redouble our efforts and look very carefully about how we make certain that these vulnerable children have proper destinations and positive futures, particularly given the situation now. So I think I'll be looking for some additional thought and support as to how we can do that.
Okay, I see Gillian's here. Gillian?
Yes, thank you, Leader. We were all concerned to see this in black and white. It is certainly not an improving picture that we had hoped to see. And it was picked up at Education and Learning Committee that a specific update and briefing should be brought to Education and Learning Committee regarding those particular indicators. It's a difficult employment picture for all young people, and particularly those who are looked after, and they deserve our greatest support. So we have reported retrospectively. I'm happy to bring further reports in terms of what we are doing proactively and maintain a close focus on this as we go through the year to Education and Learning Committee or to other forums, Councillor Maitland, because I think we all share the ambition for these children as their corporate parents.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to waste management and recycling. Once again, there's quite a few red dots appear on the page. Could Steve Rogers tell us exactly when we're going to get this on track and at what cost? And has bringing it in-house been a good move or a bad one?
Stephen?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, if I could just come back on that. Yes, I believe bringing the waste disposal side from the former PFI contract in-house has been good for the council in terms of being able to control better the service, the whole waste service, or the waste service joined up with the collection and disposal. And what it's let us do is bring in the new waste collection processes that we're starting to roll out. We've got the agreement for the investment in the new refuse collection vehicle fleet, and we've got agreement to move forward with the investment in the Dumfries Zero Waste Park that will start to see an improvement in these indicators for recycling, both in the dry recyclables and in the food waste. And we will be rolling out towards the end of this year, and there's a comms process just about to kick off big in large for the Wigton area for the rollout at the end of this year, and the completion in the other areas through the spring of next year with the delivery of the new refuse collection vehicles. So yes, we will see these indicators improve now that we can move forward and we're free from the constraints of the PFI contract.
Okay, Councillor Wood, do you want to back?
Thank you. Can you therefore then confirm of the $6 million that cost to bring it in-house and the additional costs, are we going to exceed the budget that was set for bringing it in-house?
Steve?
We have reported to committee that the budget to deliver the services that we forecast that we would exceed that in a normal operational year. There is contingency funding there to cope with that if that is the case in the early years. But we are working towards, through the transformation projects that we're bringing forward, we're working towards reducing the costs in a number of the areas of the operation of particularly the MBT and the household waste recycling centres, so that we get back on our forecast for the budget. So the service is working towards bringing it back in on the budget that was there originally under the PFI contract.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks for allowing as much debate in regards to this particular report and subject matter. Just one point of clarity, and I'll ask if I can possibly move to an adjournment to consider you for 10 minutes to consider your
I do have
recommendation.
one other person who's waiting to speak, so I'll do that
One
afterwards.
quick question, if you don't mind. Just to clarity in regards to, because I think it's just a slight, I may be being pedantic, but going back to the point that Paul clarified, I didn't hear whether he said on page 84, it was in regard to the number of contracts awarded to local suppliers. Was it 358 or 258? It was 358, right? Okay, thanks very much. I've got that clarity, if that's correct. 358, and see Paul's nodding. That's obviously it talks about the assessment and in progress, and it refers to the Audit Risk Scrutiny Committee. I undertook a scrutiny review. It was growing the local economy through the procurement process. It's come up as grow the local economy in a number of papers. No, but it certainly wasn't. We're quite specific about that, and very glad to see this level of performance, if that's the case, with that relate to that piece of work that we undertook.
Thanks. And finally, I've got Councillor McComb, and then we'll have a 5-minute adjournment so that others can consider the alternative recommendation 2.5. Jim.
Thanks, Leader. I'm looking at page 105. The replacement of the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund by the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. Now, we were involved in a consultation way back in February of last year. Has any timescale been announced for the replacement of these European funds?
Anybody able to answer that? No. I think something's coming up at Councillor Leaders tomorrow, isn't it?
Leader, I can...
Steve.
Yeah, so we are, Councillor McComb, still waiting for the UK government to announce their detailed proposals for the Shared Prosperity Fund. So at the present time, we don't have any information on the timescale for that, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have 5 minutes, which will... Councillor Carruthers.
Just to properly engage with my group, I would need 10 minutes because we'll have to do it through Teams if that's possible, rather than 5.
Not hearing anything.
How late can we stay in this building? Do we know?
I'll check that during the recess,
Chair.
Chair.
That, please. Thanks. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, if we can resume our seats, please. Okay, Chief Executive. Yeah, we've had confirmation that this building stays open until 5 p.m. Okay, so we just need to bear that in mind when we're continuing our discussions. Can I, go to the recommendations. 2.1 was to note the approach. We're happy to note that. Councillor Carruthers.
So I think we as a group have concluded that we're happy with the first 4. It's number 5 we want particular debate on.
I suppose I should go through them all, but yes. We agreed 2.1, 2.2 to consider, which is we're just done, 2.3 and 2.4. And now 2.5 we had an alternative, but it sounds as if you have an alternative to our alternative.
It's subject to the details, so we feel that all councillors and council groups should be able to feed into this. It's member-led, it's been stipulated, which is absolutely clear in regards to it. So it's no specific what members, what the timeline is, what the process is in regards to that. So we would like to go out as a group as well. We'd like to be able to engage and consult, or engage and communicate, I should say, same as the administration. I would expect they'd want to. But there's an assumption here, I think, that the administration will do this. And I don't think the chairs and vice chairs, but I don't think that would be appropriate at this moment in time. We'd like to think that, okay, come November, December time, we've been through this process, that we can then present possibly alternative plans, because we will absolutely, because of what's currently in your existing plan, have conflicting views unless you alter your.
Nope.
Is that it? That's it, right? Okay, sorry, but I just it keeps so we just feel that okay, there should be an alternative view. If your council plan comes back and says, right, okay, it reflects very much what's within our council plan, then that's fair enough. But we should have the same options as the administration has, and the same level of support when it comes to that, to taking this forward. And so we certainly agree with the basis of what you're putting forward. Communicate, engage. We're unsure to the further COVID procedures that are in place, how that will impact on us, the economy, so what the budget is. All that's been spoken about earlier through the different reports we've seen today, but so we'd like just the same level of support as and chances as what the administration would have in regards to this.
So you don't actually disagree with the wording, but your position is that you want to ensure that you can also take part in the engagement.
I think what we need clarity really is 2 points. So all council groups are able to do this, or even if it comes to individual members, there's a clear process in which they can actually feed into this. And secondly, the timeline. It's got to be by November, December at the latest. Again, I think that has to happen. By that time, we're 3 months further on, and we understand the further implications of COVID.
Certainly it's our intention that it would come back in December. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I think, Leader, I haven't really heard an alternative proposal. I mean, we kept our proposal quite, not vague, but we left it a wee bit open because obviously we're uncertain as to actually how we'll be able to fully engage in the first place, and obviously that needs to be understood and agreed. I didn't really hear anything different to our proposal, maybe a slightly different method of carrying it out, which, you know, I think still needs to be formulated. I'm sure discussions could be had between group leaders to discuss that in more detail, but you know, I don't hear anything that is, you know, miles different to what the administration is actually proposing.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, from the Socialist Group, we would hope that we could participate in the interest of openness, transparency and consultation, communication, that you would want that as an administration group, and that we would want to participate. I did refer to the Health and Social Care Partnership, and it needs reviewed, so we would want to have an input into that, and I would hope that in Adam's looking at that he would include all groups.
I mean, I think the wording of recommendation 2.5 doesn't exclude anybody from listening, taking part in it. There's nothing there that says other groups or other members can't take part in it.
Just on that, it says in the last paragraph, this engagement to be member-led in line with our Council's 5 priorities.
So I've asked 2 specific points. So the member-led bit, I've mentioned about that. Who is the members that lead it? I've referred, referenced chairs and vice chairs. That's probably an assumption. I don't think that's correct. They should be involved, but other members, if they want to be involved, or if you got to go down a separate line. That's a lot of detail not here. There's a lot of detail absolutely not here. So have we put forward an alternative amendment? No, we've asked for the detail on this one. We haven't got it yet.
Well, because
So
the detail is still to be
timeline,
worked up. We're still, I mean, it's not something, we're not presenting you with a fait accompli, it still has to be worked up. I mean, during the COVID pandemic, there was a number of like webinar type of things which were undertaken. We're engaged with various stakeholders, whether it be the workforce, whether it be members of the public, parent councils, community councils, whatever. There's a format there that can be adapted. But the point is, this is not an officer exercise, this is a member exercise, because it's a member's council plan at the end of the day.
It would be a simple, it wouldn't be an alteration. In addition to that, being specific about the member-led, that is, all members can be actively involved in regards to this.
Yes,
the timeline is by December. By December, full council, absolutely clear on that.
Well, the agreement is for it to go back.
And all groups will get the same level of administration support proportionately.
Well, I think you took part in some of the transformation engagement sessions and so on, and there was no exclusion on members taking part in those, and I don't think there's been any suggestion that other members would be excluded to be in taking part in some of these. Councillor McKee.
Just as a matter of interest, Chair, if you're wanting to take this away for the meeting today, what was the point of having it in the agenda for the meeting today? They should have been discussing it in their groups and coming forward with suggestions today, I would have thought. Well, why have you not done it? It's you that's asking for an extension. Why have you not done it?
Sorry, Leader, to be as obtrusive as this.
Councillor James wanted in as well.
I think I was just called a waste of space there. Was I? Oh, well, that's on the record, I was.
You want to retract
That's unfortunate.
Can we not have a personal argument here, please? Councillor James wanted to make a point.
Leader. I'd ask for an apology. It's only within you. You're here to keep, as leader
Chair,
and
can
chair
we
this
get away the business
committee.
instead of this to and fro?
I think it was inappropriate, Councillor McKee, to refer to another councillor
Chair,
in that way.
I'm sorry
because there is a requirement for us to be courteous. And I know that doesn't always happen, and people are not always courteous, and quite often they're not courteous towards me, but we are required to be courteous to each other. Okay.
Right, apologies to yourself, Chair, and to Councillor Crothers.
Okay, can we take Councillor James, who's been trying to get in?
Thank you, Leader. I mean, we certainly need to change 2.5 because I don't recognise it as English yet. I really don't understand. Consider any further review of the council be undertaken.
That's not the one we're considering. It's the amended one that we put round. Did you not get a copy of that?
Well, I'm making groundwork while it needs to be changed. I mean, it's not out of the bounds of possibility that someone would like to support that as it is, but okay, fair enough. We'll all agree that it is not very well written. Any further? So that was a review then, I understand, that we've just had, because we're talking about further reviews. Shouldn't we be talking about formulation of a new plan, since we're all agreeing that it's in the light of developments? That's my first question to you. And the second question is, why wouldn't this one have more authority behind it being constructed by all the groups together? So the Conservative Party would have a proportional input into the policies, because it's all very well saying it's being member-led, but the way you always vote, you will just vote down anything that would be put forward by the Conservatives. And this idea, I'm not sure whether we're going to consult as widely, or engage was the term you used, as widely as foreseen, but that would, to do that properly, would just take too many resources and take too long. So I guess we're saying, because of the time frame, that's not going to happen, which would be good, because the most efficient way to do that would be through the councillors, the 43 of us. So I'll stop now and wait with interest to hear what your proposal is.
Well, first of all, I mean, when the council plan was agreed, there was an agreement that it would be reviewed mid-term, which would be this year. Now, it would have been earlier this year if it hadn't been for COVID. That it would be reviewed in the light of experience, and that was the agreement of council. So that is why it has come back as mid-term review, because we agreed that we were going to do that. And what we've come forward here is proposals to the way in which that review can be taken. I'm not suggesting that we rewrite a totally new council plan for the last year of the council's operation, because really that, once after the elections in May 2022, we'll have different people in the council, possibly a different administration, and therefore you can't really tie the hands of the future administration in that way. This is just for the remainder of this council. Therefore, we would not be proposing a completely new council plan, but we would be proposing a reviewed council plan. And the review would take place over the next 2 or 3 months. We are proposing engagement with stakeholders. That could be, depending on what we're reviewing or which particular policies we're reviewing, that could be a variety of different individuals. It would be based on the types of consultation which were undertaken during COVID, because we can't have the types of consultation or engagement sessions we had for transformation, because we can't get a whole load of people together in a room. So it has to be reviewed. It has to be a slightly different format, but that we will undertake that over the next couple of months, and that we would come back in December with a revised council plan. Now, there's absolutely nothing to stop any other group on the council coming forward with its own revised council plan. Absolutely nothing to stop you from doing that, and nobody's going to be excluded from attending the engagement sessions and hearing what the public have to say. But it won't be it's unlikely to be complete agreement on it, because there will be certain aspects of which there will not be an agreement, and that will then be down to the different groups who come forward with their proposals. Okay, Ian?
No, thanks. So I'm agreeing with the principle of what you're saying. So the question that went back to last time is okay, who would lead it in the members? Is it all members involved? We need to make this explicit. If we're saying it's on that all members can be involved in this, and the members that will lead it, if that's, let's be explicit with that. I want to be absolutely clear that I can, myself and spokespersons within my group can actually be involved in that heavily. Or if it's something that the administration's got to lead on, you have to be absolutely clear on that.
I think the problem is that we maybe have a different understanding of what member-led means. As far as I'm concerned, it means it's member-led as opposed to officer-led. So members are involved in all stages of the engagement, rather than officers going out to engage and coming back and telling us what they found out. Adam?
I think, I think we've been speaking for about 13 minutes now on a motion and an amendment. I think that we have a motion. I think we've tried to explain it as well we can, and obviously it's in the context of there was obviously new restrictions put in place 2 days ago because of coronavirus. I'm sure that isn't the last of restrictions that are to come, and therefore we are going to need to take a flexible approach to the way in which we do this. So I think we maybe need to move to actually, if there is going to be a motion amendment, and I know that there's a couple of people in the chat that are looking actually for the wording of an amendment, because I don't think everybody's really up to scratch as to what the actual wording of that would be.
Could we put it back up on Teams? It was put on Teams, but people seem to have lost it.
Certainly the revised 2.5 leader is up on. Tracy will post it back again, so it's more to the fore. It's there now.
Okay, I think we'll just move to the vote. I mean, I don't think we're going any further with this particularly. Rob and I have a motion. Stephen?
Yeah, just on a very small point, but it may be helpful for all members, because I don't think there's really that much substantial disagreement. But when it talks, when the new amendment, as Tracy's just posted there, talks about the programme of public and staff engagement, it could be that the best way is something like the group leaders or the groups somehow get together to determine what that programme looks like, so that everybody's clear how well they can engage and involve in it. If that's a member-led process, and just so that's clear, because the programme isn't detailed here, but obviously that's the intention. So it's maybe about the formulation and understanding of how that goes ahead, that all the group leaders or groups or members are able to.
I don't think we need to change the wording particularly, but we can certainly, I mean, the next stage is to speak to our engagement people as to how this can be undertaken and how we involve members in it, and that would be where we would go forward. If we get agreement to do that, we will go forward to Liz and Kirsty to get an idea from them, because they are the people who've got the experience of doing the engagement over the COVID period, as to how we maybe could implement that, and absolutely we can share that with other members and involve other members in that discussion. Ian?
So on the back of what's been said and coming to some kind of consensus, whether it's through the group leaders or not, but if we can add, for the avoidance of doubt, all elected members can be actively involved, and this process will conclude by the full council December 2020. I'll be quite content with that. It gives us a gateway into there as a group. Certainly, we can be actively involved in whether it's through a group leaders process or we actively go on and do it ourselves, individually as groups or individuals even. Then that's open to interpretation and we can apply it as we feel. So I'm not asking for the world here. I'm just asking you to be inclusive, come to administration and involve all members. And that's certainly not tying your hands by any means.
I have no particular disagreement with that addition, if that helps people to provide some sort of clarity. I mean, that obviously members will be, as they were. I mean, we know with the transformation programme that all members were advised and invited to take part. So I don't imagine it would be any different with this. But if that makes people feel more content, then I'm happy to accept it. Okay, I agree with that.
The seconder wants to come in, leader.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Davidson, right, okay, hello. Rob, come in.
Thank you, Leader, yes. Likewise, I think if you're content with that, I don't see any insurmountable problem. We are gaining a fair amount of experience of both engagement with the public under strange circumstances and also involving members in a pretty broad variety of ongoing work, where there is I think a clear expectation that there is member leadership, and that's collective rather than purely confined to the administration. I think the administration is very happy to provide leadership, but clearly the plan is the members' plan. We may get to a point where we don't agree. It seems quite likely we'll get to a point where we don't agree on every last change to it that ought to be made, that ought to be brought forward. I'd hope myself there would be a degree of consensus on some of the steps we might need to take in the amendments that we might need to make to it, but we'll just have to wait and see. But I think what you're suggesting is perfectly sensible. It is inclusive, and I'd be happy to support it, Leader. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So everybody content with that? Okay, so we can move on. Good. So now we're going back to item 5, which was the COVID response, recovery and renew update. This report provides updates on Dumfries and Galloway Council response, restart, renewal and recovery activity. All 4 of these issues are now operating in parallel, and that requires flexibility and responsiveness. The report also includes information about winter planning, flu vaccination and EU exit, and this convergence clearly presents capacity issues and requires careful planning around preparedness. One impact of this is the requirement for additional support and enforcement resource, and there is a proposal in here for a small number of additional officers. But I would be grateful maybe if officers could indicate to members how this would be funded, as that doesn't seem to be referenced in the paper. It says that Richard Greaveson is available on Teams, but I thought Richard was on it's Mark, yeah. It's Mark Thompson is available on Teams, and the Chief Executive is also with us to answer questions. So invite members' questions, and I've got Adam, are you wanting to speak on this? Yeah.
Thanks, Leader. It was just obviously the proposal that is there in terms of the additional members of staff. I completely agree, and obviously that there's a lot going on, and in terms of Brexit and the couple of announcements that came in the last couple of days, there's obviously a need for this increase in resources, but I noticed that there was an announcement from the Scottish Government yesterday that they were going to be increasing funding in line with this proposal that's here. So I think, certainly we're ahead of the game in that step, but it'd be useful to get some understanding of the sort of any allocation that may come from the Scottish Government in terms of that. I think as well, if there is any update on where we are with coronavirus, I'm sure obviously we're all aware of the additional restrictions that were put in place at the beginning of the week, and I'm sure that we all have our own views on restrictions and where we are as a region. I think it's quite clear. Yesterday I had a meeting in Dumfries, went in to get a coffee. 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and not one person was sitting in the coffee shop. There's quite clearly been a behaviour change, and I think that locally at least, there's been a lot of people sticking to the rules that are in place, and we are seeing that cases are rising, and unfortunately I see there's been 7 cases in Dumfries and Galloway today, but I think it would be useful if there is any update on what the next couple of weeks and months could hold. I'm sure, as I said, we all have our own views. I'm quite clear that the restrictions that are in place should be supported, but again, there are businesses that are concerned that there could be a second lockdown, and obviously we do need to balance the number of coronavirus cases, but on the other hand, the number of people being referred for mental health support has skyrocketed, and obviously a second lockdown would exacerbate that. So I would appreciate any update on that issue in particular, but also, again, fully support and recognise the need for additional staffing with the pressures that are going to be faced with coronavirus, with Brexit, and a whole raft of guidance that's going to be required to be followed by businesses and others in the region. And any updates on that would be much appreciated.
Okay. Mark, are you able to fill us in on that? First of all, how the additional posts will be funded and whether or not we are likely to get money from the Scottish Government to assist us with that.
Thanks, Leader. Yeah, Councillor Wilson is absolutely correct in terms of the announcements made a couple of days ago. Did specifically reference the funding support will be made available to local authorities for the environmental health function, which is most welcome. We actually don't have any details and of what that will look like quite at this stage. But certainly the hope would be that it could cover these costs. Notwithstanding that, we, as a council, we were trying to be proactive in recognising the additional demands that have been faced locally in Dumfries and Galloway with support to businesses and enforcement aspects and what is to come with EU exit. And we had these discussions, and Paul Garrett's maybe best placed, but that there was the arrangements in place to actually cover these costs. Paul?
Yep, thanks, Mark. In terms of the funding of these posts, it's been treated similarly to the earlier decisions that members made in terms of investment in early intervention and children and family services, and also community mental health, whereby in response to COVID there was an indication of the need for these additional resources. The current year costs have been reflected in the updates being presented to members in terms of the additional impact of COVID-19 for the current year, and the ongoing implications will be reflected as part of the budget development process and the budget model information that's brought forward to members as part of that. Obviously, today's proposal is at a much lower level than the previous decisions, but will be treated in the same way as those.
And there was a second point that Adam had made.
A general update on the virus and, sort of what the next couple of weeks and months looks like.
Chief Executive.
I'll take that, Leader. Thank you. I just chaired, chaired a meeting of the West of Scotland before this meeting, members. We're either in the tail of the first wave or the start of the second wave. It's very clear that the modelling that I commented on back in May and June indicated that we would have a second surge. So that second surge is clearly underway, and the key methodology at the moment is to break the chain, as they said, is to try and stop the transmission before it goes into the community, and particularly into our most vulnerable. It's a very difficult balancing act between, do we go for the broad measures that have been introduced, or do we target our most vulnerable? But considering our most vulnerable was teeing up to 1.5 million with a 5 million population, that's probably going to be, that's not the way that we could approach it in Scotland. Where we're currently sitting in Dumfries and Galloway is a good position. Geography helps, but also the levels of compliance have been excellent. If you look at the rates at Glasgow, today it's sitting at 73 per 100,000, which is the measure. Dumfries and Galloway is 13. Which shows the difference between some of the urban settings and how quickly it can spread as opposed to a rural setting. However, conversations with Lanarkshire showed that Clydesdale went from no cases to a level of about 55 in 3 days. And that was one index case transferring around the remote rural community. You think about so that's how quickly this disease can spread. The World Health Organization indicates that if your level of testing gets above 5%, you're in an outbreak. We are currently in Scotland sitting at 7.9%, which is higher than England at this particular point in general population terms. The government believes the action is proportionate, and over the next fortnight, the evidence from today's meeting is that Glasgow is plateauing in numbers if you exclude the students, which was always going to be a high-risk area, and the same in South Lanarkshire. North Lanarkshire is not yet stopping. So we're currently looking at a situation where the numbers are doubling in positive cases. However, if we were in full outbreak, it would be exponential, so it would go like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. We're not in that case, so the measures are beginning to work. The First Minister has said that the 5th of October or before is when she'll take the decision as to whether or not she goes for the circuit break. And the circuit break, particularly, may well be needed if the numbers continue to climb beyond the 7.9% just now and starts moving in towards 10 and above. At that point, we're at the tipping point of considerable deaths. We're starting to see the first deaths coming through the system. There are 10 people in Scotland in intensive care. That's just the start of it. We have done the modelling work, and the modelling work is scary if it does not get under control at this point, and particularly gets back into our care home sector, which already there are 2 care homes in which COVID cases have been reported, the first for many, many days. I believe that we need the compliance, we need the cold weather coming to stop people getting out and about. Otherwise, it certainly will be our key areas of tourism and hospitality that probably would take quite a major hit if the lockdown comes in. The First Minister did say that if she'd had the fiscal powers, she would have looked to have closed the hospitality sector at this point. So I think that hopefully the populations in the main urban centres will take heed, will actually stop visiting and the transmission. The transmission was clearly going on in houses, and it wasn't just house parties. I think it was actually, as many of you know, the people popping in and out houses, particularly in some of our rural communities. Where we're not planning for another lockdown, but obviously I've asked all services to consider how we would scale back from the current operating model if it is a very quick announcement that comes on us to move back. But the numbers today at 465 are not much different from yesterday. So if you then exclude the student numbers in Glasgow University, which too, so it might well be that the action is taking, but as you know, the virus does take 14 days to develop. So much of the activity, the announcement won't be seen right up to the 5th. So if the First Minister does hold back to then, the evidence will be clear as to whether it does need the circuit break around the school holidays or not. In planning terms, if we are going to have a second move back into perhaps phase 2, the school holiday time across Scotland would be the perfect time when travel is limited on the base of it, and to move back in it. And again, that's if I was a planning man, I'd be looking towards there. Just to say that the current modelling indicates a third surge will be due towards the end of the winter period, late February into March. Now, we'd hope a vaccine would be available by that point, but we can't be certain around that. But certainly the model indicated this surge almost to the week. So therefore, it's a good indication that a third surge would come round about at the end of the winter, as we come through, of course, which would be the perfect storm time for us, with EU hospitals always full. And I'm sure those of the IGB know the hospitals are always full in February, just from normal situations and then moving through. So that we need to be planning towards that this will take us there. I was asked by the leader, do I think it's 6 months? No, I don't. I think in England it is. They're in a totally different position than Scotland. I think if this action is successful and we are able to break the chain, I believe that Scotland could be heading towards the position where we nearly eradicated it before Christmas, which would be perfect for our businesses. If we don't control the surge over the next 2 weeks, I do believe some form of circuit break lockdown would almost be inevitable. However, there is the situation that they might go full lockdown in England and not full lockdown in Scotland because of a different situation. And then for Dumfries and Galloway, the border area would be incredibly difficult for us if those circumstances came in place. But as I say, I was, I know it wasn't happening because of the outbreak in universities, but to see the numbers not increasing or doubling between this week is actually quite. That does look as though there may be some evidence that the measures put in last week into Glasgow and Lanarkshire are starting to bear fruit. And we'd all hope to avoid it because, quite right, as members will know, the costs that businesses have had to incur, particularly small business, in restarting, if they might not be able to sustain that for a second restart. They'll very much welcome the Chancellor's announcement, and we'll see how it plays out in Scotland, of further support for employment around a different type of furlough scheme, but quite a similar job support scheme coming in. So it's not as bad a news as I'd expected it today if I'd seen the numbers, but certainly I do think we've only got through this weekend for people's behaviour, particularly in the Central Belt, to change. And just because it would, if we can, as it was said to me, if we were able to stop everything for 14 days, which we never did through lockdown because we allowed key services to go, the virus would go. It cannot sustain beyond that. Though the world as we know it would probably not be able to restart, but it is that behavioural change that we're trying to drive in. And one thing we were discussing today, that the particular communities we're struggling to get to, the message of social responsibility isn't one that resonates. It's like trying to explain how that your future will be affected to students in Freshers' Week. So therefore, I think we need to start, nationally changing the language. There are specific groups who just don't get the message of social responsibility. So why does it need to change in moving on there? And I think the First Minister has been quite right in holding back on the prescriptive approach in relation to fines in Scotland, but certainly it's something in the tools in the armoury. But it was quite sobering to hear that South Lanarkshire have over 500 children isolating just now. That's 500 families being supported in isolation, and they're anticipating that'll be in the thousands before the school holiday, unless they get this under control. They have 191 index cases. So if each index case is 6 to 8 people being traced, you start to get into the thousands of people having to be contacted, and the sheer industry and volume of work and activity that takes. Certainly having been involved in incident management with Gillian around the schools, that was 1.5 hours per incident, per individual outbreak, which is more than 2 people. It's a hugely, so you can imagine if you've got 191, as they would have in a council at South Lanarkshire. So what I think we hold our breath. Mark will be able to supply regular updates over the weekend when I think that the First Minister received the most significant evidence in relation to whether or not the behavioural changes come. And I think, just to give you the sector that does need to address them very rapidly is the university and higher education sector. It's obviously proving really, really difficult to stop the spread, particularly within the halls of residence sectors. So they may need to take some action around those higher sectors to protect the rest of our communities and our businesses. So that's the very current position. And as you said, there were 7 cases today, but again, proportionately, it's about a third if we looked at it nationally as we'd expect, given our area. But so reality does help, but behaviour is absolutely important, and particularly the wearing of masks as you move around in crowded places. We're still seeing a lack of behaviour in that in a number of our hospitality areas, where people are choosing not to wear masks as they move through. So again, it's the tightening of that through our partnership regime. But in general, our level of compliance is exemplary. Having been to England last week to visit, it was particularly scary how non-compliant, particularly hospitality sector areas were, where names will not be taken, face masks were not being worn in crowded hospitality pubs that had already been named in the record. So therefore, I think again the risk to Anne and Gretna is great for us. So happy to take any further questions, but I do hope the members found the Q&A we sent out yesterday to members, trying to put it from the questions you'll be asked by the public, and any further enhancements to that we'd really appreciate, so that members can be given the information that they'll be able to pass on to their constituents, as they quite rightly are very concerned about the messages that they're seeing through the press.
Thanks, Gavin. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Leader. I think following on from the input there from Gavin, it's worth reflecting on our council staff and their resilience. And I'm sure other elected members will agree with me that the response of our staff has been nothing short of remarkable. With staff being redeployed into jobs that they hadn't experienced before, putting themselves on the front line, working additional hours. And I certainly feel very much that they're unsung heroes and haven't had the attention that other key workers have had, but I think they do deserve. And on that, I'd like to look at the issue in the table on page 25 in relation to loss of staff, and bearing in mind what Gavin was saying about the months ahead. In the middle column there's reference to considering the mental health and potential burnout of our staff. I think this is a really, really serious issue. And we've got to remember that our staff have got families as well. So as well as the commitment they're making to the region, within the council, they've got their own lives, their own pressures, their own fears, and their own challenges. And I wonder if either Mark or Gavin could expand on what we are going to do in relation to that support in relation to mental health and potential burnout. Thanks.
Okay. Do Mark or Gavin can respond on that?
Certainly come in and highlight that we do actually have good frameworks to support mental well-being of staff, but it's something we're absolutely conscious of as a local authority, along with our partner agencies when we respond to emergencies. Normally, these are generally short, sharp shocks, severe weather events predominantly. When you're talking 2, 3, 4, 5 days at a time, we are now 6 months into a major emergency, a public health emergency at that, and it is going to continue for some time to come. So absolutely need to be mindful of that, both in terms of our colleagues, staff we're responsible for in a supervisory or management capacity as well, and make sure that they can access that support. And we do have support via occupational health providers to help with that.
I wonder if I could come back in, Leader.
Thanks, Dougie. Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying there, Mark, but I think we need to go beyond being mindful. I think we need to be quite clear about what we're going to do, because I really think we're on the precipice here of a major issue, because our staff are our most important asset in this for us to deliver services throughout the COVID emergency. I'm just wondering, Leader, if perhaps in the next update report at Full Council, if we could have information on the measures that are being put in place to support our staff.
Okay, I would think that would be... Yep.
Yes, we're very closely working with our joint trade union staff side colleagues across the council, so happy to bring a full report back about our support for staff, particularly around mental health, but also on our enforcement, ensuring people take their annual leave, but also I think highlighting for members those key staff groups. I'm really thinking of our care staff that have been, and social work staff been running 100% throughout this period, and if the second surge does come, particularly around the care sector, they'll have to stand up again into those hours. So happy to bring a fulsome report jointly signed off by our joint trade union colleagues for members' consideration.
Thanks, Gavin.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Leader. Well, I've seen a list I thought maybe had to be included, so the bulk of my questions have been covered in regards to update Scottish Government support specifically, but so I think it's probably for Mark, the first one. So looking at 3.5.3, Mark, and it's the third bullet point there, and it says development of arrangements to mitigate the impact of energy network failure. So just pick up on that. I just wonder, so Scottish Power Energy Networks is the local supplier to Dumfries and Galloway. I just wonder what conversations you've had with them and what have they been saying in regards to their condition survey and their particular asset. I think another secondary question, Mark, probably it's maybe not so much for yourself, but it's around about the trading safely officers or trading standards stroke environmental health officers. There is a course that's already been alluded to by Adam. we feel that, okay, is there an option for the redeployment pool here? Can we grow our own? Is there a particular case? Has that been looked at all? It's obviously an increase in budget pressure. And this, I just think that we need to be looking at growing our own, looking at our own staff first.
Well, when I've asked a similar question in the past, I've had the assurance that they always do go to the redeployment pool before it goes anywhere else. So yes, I would think there would be an opportunity there to. I was certainly assured of that with some of the other posts that they would go to the redeployment pool first. So. But anyway, Mark, I'll hand over to you.
On that second point, yes, I would absolutely confirm as part of the standard process that the redeployment pool would absolutely be looked at as a potential source. Going forward, going back to your first point, and that section of the report is very much specific to aspects that could happen, a bit of concurrency, and where there is an element of risk, and the energy network failure. We are looking at a widespread national energy network failure would be a significant risk in this context. So in effect, in the resilience context, what we would call a black start situation. This is something that the Scottish Government have been very much pushing that we need to be cognisant of and have appropriate arrangements in place. So as on a multi-agency basis, as well as within the organisation, we are looking at our vulnerabilities. When you look at it, a wholesale shutdown of the energy network, which could last for a period of up to 7 days, could have quite catastrophic impacts on a number of areas. So we are going to be looking at that from a council in terms of the services we deliver, but also how we support our populations on a multi-agency basis, because it will obviously have quite significant impacts, even for people to do the basics and getting their shopping, if you don't have access to cash line machines, etc. So there's quite a significant piece of work in there, and that is something, in addition to the other pressures, the COVID-related pressures and the EU exit-related pressures we will face in the coming weeks and months, that we do actually have to work through and try and make sure we've got arrangements in place to protect the population.
Thank you, thanks, Claire. Just for clarity in regards, so I take on board what you're saying about 2.3. If we were successful in growing our own and we managed to get it from the redeployment pool, would that affect the financial figure that's contained within recommendation 2.3?
I think my understanding would be that it would not require that cost if it was somebody that's from the redeployment pool, but I would need to seek clarity from colleagues with more expertise on that basis.
Maybe it should be up to then, Leader. We'll maybe touch that at the recommendations.
Well, I understood that when people were in the redeployment pool, it didn't count again. I would have thought that this figure would still count against that budget, because you're taking people from there. Am I not right? Correct. Yep. That, so it would still be required for that service, because the redeployment is not allocated to a particular department.
Yeah, that's correct.
Derek will explain it better.
No, thank you. Thanks, Leader. That's correct. Obviously, the redeployment pool meets the cost on the basis that they're in redeployment. However, as soon as they are moving to a permanent or temporary post, it's for that service or directorate to meet the costs, and therefore that would be the case on this matter.
Thanks for that explanation, Leader, and Officer Derek. But that would then make me feel very strongly that the financial pressure, it's not a pressure, it's a figure rather than a financial pressure. But I'm reading it in the recommendation, I would have seen it as a financial burden. But that's not the case. If it's via, there may well be some. If somebody on a band 4 going up to a band 6, you would see that extra level of financial change. But I don't think, I may be being pedantic here, but just quite clear, I wouldn't want to know about that.
Thank you, Leader. I think the important point that we capture, as Paul Garrett has done throughout the position we're dealing with in COVID, is that we have a clear cost record of what COVID is costing us. So this approach ensures that when we are making any cases for external funding, that we've got an audit trail of that, and quite clearly this will provide that. But be assured, as all members would be, there is no intention of incurring costs where it would not be necessary to do so. So in this employment, we will make sure that is a first priority, but equally we are mindful of the urgency of this work, and therefore we'll have to balance those two positions.
Thank you, Leader. I accept those assurances.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I think we've had a really scary report for Gavin. Whether we're in the tail of the first wave at the start of the second and even more so on the third surge being February, March, if that comes about, and hopefully we will have a vaccine by then. What I want to focus on in terms of COVID-19 is the information that we're receiving ward by ward. And I'm reading from social media, Facebook, where Gavin refers to 465 and then 7, and 465 while concerning, then I've got to see where does that reflect in terms of the ward that I represent. And I'm reading, as I say, from social media, where I'm reading 1 case confirmed in Whithorn, 3 in Newton Stewart, a few in Glenluce, including 3 at the surgery. And if, you know, it's social media, gossip, whatever it is, they get the information yet. You know, I'm just trying to get that we get the fullest information as well, ward by ward, because we need to know what's going on in our wards. And I just wonder, in a question of Gavin, whether it was spoken of, whether there's a need for increased testing. I say that because I heard just yesterday that people from Prestwick are being advised to go to Belfast and get tested, because there's more testing stations in Belfast than what there is in Prestwick. Now, they didn't say go to Stranraer or anywhere else in Dumfries. They said Belfast. And I just wonder if we should be increasing on the test and trace, so that, you know, for us, we can soon track it down ward by ward. And in respect, and I totally endorse what Dougie was saying in terms of key workers, it wasn't only NHS, it was some of our workers in the local authority that were out there. And these same workers are going back into areas where there may be a spike, to lift the bins, to do other services and so forth. And we need to be careful of that as well. I only wish that it was reflected in the wages that we pay our local authority workers and the nurses, but it didn't transpire into that. But it's the further restrictions, because only yesterday we heard that the Galloway Community Hospital has had restrictions imposed on it, and nobody can, no visitors to patients is allowed. So we need to get, as local members, the fullest of information in that respect. My other point really pales into insignificance, and that's on the EU and the withdrawal agreement and everything else. And we had a good meeting yesterday with the North Channel Partnership, and it's in 3.4.5 in terms of what we need at our ferry ports and the negotiations that needs to take place. Gavin referred to it earlier, where there's opportunities in terms of tourism and camper vans, mobile homes, wild campers, that there could be opportunities there. But we need to be clearer in terms of, as we move closer and closer to, you know, what's going to happen at the ferry ports. And are we fully abreast of that in terms of what we would require in the ferry ports at Cairnryan? That really is, as I say, pales into when we look at the COVID situation. But my question is for the fullest and more information ward by ward, rather than relying on social media, and whether there's a need for increased testing.
Right, anybody take that? I mean, I believe in response to a question recently, the First Minister indicated that cases were to be published on a postcode basis. It is actually available now.
Well, we'll discuss what we can share, and you know, there's enormous issues around people's confidentiality and being named, and actually they're got to be very careful that people won't then go forward for testing if they think that social media is going to blame them. But absolutely, the information around postcodes available through the health websites. Obviously, not all members are up in that, so Mark and I will see what further information we can put out to the Q&As for members to point you to the right places, or share the information with you on a basis. So I'll see how we can improve that information flow. But just to advise members, particularly when it comes to school children, parents are incredibly, given the way social media can bully, very insistent that nothing can be released by any public body in relation even to the school. So even though it does come out, it's a very difficult situation for us. But we'll improve, we'll feed that back in and make sure that members are available. And I think just to give assurance to members that we don't have outbreaks, we have individual sporadic cases, we're not having an outbreak situation. If there's an outbreak, there'll be a different process put in place. But I'll see how we can improve the information to make sure the members that don't have access or perhaps aren't as capable of using the IT systems can have the information provided to them through the council system. So I'll do that improvement.
See, Councillor Nicholson wanted in the same point.
It was just on that, the two apps, the one for England and the one for Scotland, I was under the impression that it did give you, you put your postcode in, it told you how many and the danger of each area. So if I put in my postcode, I'd know what was happening there.
It is available, it's not always the easiest thing to find. So, if members wish us just to provide you with that information, and if we'll certainly do that for members.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, just to come back, and I totally endorse what Gavin has said, but social media doesn't recognise confidentiality. And it's as local members, that's why I asked the question. And it's to the point that he made in his presentation about social responsibility and behaviour. And they're still out there that, well, it's no near me, when in fact it could be next door. And it's to try and get over that social responsibility is a big thing, as indeed is behaviour. In that respect, without a total lockdown, I hasten to add, so it does assist in that, and I'm not looking as a ward member for names. What I'm looking at is the transmission in the ward, and it's amazing what social media find and what they put on posts, and then as what came as a complete surprise in the previous, when we were in lockdown, then the national statistics could point out that Lochmaben was the highest in Dumfries and Galloway for deaths, and the second one was North Rins, which came as a total surprise when I read that, because I hadn't even known of one death. So information does go out, as Ronnie says, and different ways of doing it. I think we need to be advised as local members.
Okay, Councillor Fairbairn.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Carruthers was before me, but anyway, yeah. Right, I'd just like to applaud Councillor Campbell and his comments previously, and Councillor Sloan picked up on that as well in relation to the staff. Yeah, a little bit concerned about that as well. I know Mark made reference to they'll see that they get the additional support, but we need to make sure that we do, and it's not just a tick box exercise, basically, pointing them towards HR. So we need to dig down a little bit further than that, and it'd be good to bring that back to elected members to see how far we've gone with that. It's just really, I think really this can be answered quite easily. I've looked at the whole of this COVID-19 thing in relation to this paper, and obviously the First Minister's made her comments yesterday, and we're in a far different place than we were before. My main concern really is we live in a very rural, isolated area, and there's an extremely lot of vulnerable people out there, especially in my ward. I know that for a fact, and others in this room. So you've got together here, you've had your meetings. This is directed to Mark, I would imagine. So you've got a meeting coming up, 3.2.4. So everything here within this is going to be recovered with the police, fire, mountain rescue, I take it, Scottish Power. Because my main concern is, if these people are isolated and nobody's allowed to visit them, and we have adverse weather conditions, the contingency in place for that, we're going to have real problems. And I think Gavin picked up earlier on, which kind of threw me a wee bit by saying about the students getting into each other's accommodation. Yeah, that was going to happen. It was going to increase. But popping into people's houses, that's what we're going to need to do if we have adverse weather conditions. So, my concern is how we're going to get round that from an emergency response point of view. And I would imagine that's something you're going to pick up on, Mark, and you're going to work with towards in 3.2.4. Also, I'd be keen to hear, probably offline, on how 3.2.14 went with the cross-border exercise. So I don't know if you can kind of reassure me in relation to any of that just now, or that's something you're going forward with later on. Thank you.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, thank you, Leader, and thank you, Councillor Fairbairn. I think your points are very well made, and it is it's a significant wicked issue for responding agencies right across Scotland about how we effectively do the things that we would normally do during a significant weather event in the context of COVID, when responders could actually be needing to enter the homes of people who are COVID positive or who are self-isolating and at high risk. And we are kind of doing a lot of work to actively work through that, but obviously key principles for that, as they always would be for the blue light services, is the focus is on saving lives. But they also have to be mindful about protecting their own staff in that context as well. So there is more work to be done nationally and locally to ensure we can protect everybody, both responding agencies and the public in that context. So it is a challenge. With regards to the cross-border exercise, it was useful to a degree. I think the biggest challenge with the cross-border exercise and the common understanding for us north of the border, we've got clarity on how public health incidents work here, and we've got a really good understanding of how public health incidents are dealt with. Public health is a local authority function south of the border, and I think it was quite challenging for some of our colleagues in government and in certain other national agencies south of the border who struggle to actually get their head around the fact that the public health function rests with the NHS board as well. So it was a useful opportunity to provide that clarity and understanding. And just build upon the really good relationships we have in Dumfries and Galloway. We have excellent relationships with responding agencies in Cumbria and have a long-standing relationships which we always look to maintain because it is an important thing.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Leader. So we've heard that the end is nigh, isn't it? And it's a bit reminiscent of when Brexit was coming and that was going to be the disaster, and who knows what's next. And I remember when I was elected, the first thing when we were just waiting to get photographed, I met somebody I was at school with, and I said, how are you getting on? He says, I'm with the council, blah, blah. I asked what has he got under his remit. He's like, something in resilience. And I was like, oh, right, so you'll have like in your drawer a sort of a protocol to come out when there's an earthquake or pandemic, cyber attack, tsunami, power outage, etc., etc. And he just looked completely blank. And I thought, oh, that's a wee bit worrying. So, I mean, maybe it's a great legacy out of this that if we have got planning for the power outage and things like that, that would be actually good, because we might get a real emergency one day instead of this. Because with 70% of people asymptomatic, I just don't see how all power workers can not show up on a given day. So to get it straight where I am is that this is a virus that governments have turned into a crisis. It's by historical standards a mild pandemic, and it's become an epidemic of panic in the establishment. So with that in mind, I was a bit troubled in March when we actually broke up. I didn't speak at the time because it was going to be a futile gesture like this one is going to be now, of course. But we seemed to have decided then that we would split into 34 of us. We'd sit on our hands for months. 9 of you would form a committee that would deal with urgent issues, which turned out to be complete trivia. And there was, as I recall, to be a non-elected triumvirate, including the chief executive, who would take, I remember him saying he would take the life and death decisions. Now, I'm not sure whether the electorate would be comfortable if they actually knew that that was the decision-making process. So my questions to him, I suppose, now are, under what circumstances would the chief executive feel the need to take back that sort of control? And do we have the ultimate decision on whether we give him that control and his small band? Can we take it back? I've got another couple of questions, and it's about our discretion to act. You know, the public were a bit confused because there were laws and guidelines and rules, etc. And then I asked a council officer, why are we doing such and such the other day? And she said, well, it's because of obligations. And it feels like there's an element that enjoy the sort of smack of authority and control and are very happy to do all this. But are we voluntarily, as a council, deciding actions, or are they all just following national law? Is there a wiggle room for us there along the way? Transparency, again, this feeling that lockdown became a democratic shutdown. I'm not sure we're in control anyway normally as councillors, but it's become much worse since COVID came here. And I tried to engage with the Restart programme, I told you last time, since May. I still haven't seen the secret plans that are there. And I've noticed Councillor Carruthers quite often says, well, we have a right as councillors to see documentation. Well, I mean, do we have that right? I've experienced the fact that there's no obligation from council officers to actually listen to anything I've got to say, but can they deliberately not supply documentation, even during COVID? Tracy Ann Carmichael did a good job actually in the Galloway News about alerting us to some of the measures that are coming out today, and a lot simpler to understand the council papers. And she had identified that we were about to rubber stamp these 3 new jobs. I mean, who said the council's not good at job creation? We certainly are. And it's a bit worrying that it's actually a happy consequence of the no compulsory redundancy policy that this isn't going to cost us anything, because apparently we must have people sitting doing nothing that we're just going to transfer into this post. Yesterday I talked with a lot of traders because I wanted to gauge the situation out in the street, and I said, what's the number one thing that the council could do for you to help you now? And everyone, I think, said, just leave us alone.
Okay, I mean, I have to say that your interpretation of the way in which the council operated over COVID is completely false. The council as a whole decided to elect a COVID subcommittee on a proportionate basis. It included members of the 5 political organisations within, and that operated for 3 months, and we went back to full council operating, and we went back to then at the end of August to committees operating. From what I can see, very few other councils have done that. We've actually operated a lot more democratically than most other councils in Scotland. And I am not aware of any life and death decisions being handed over to the chief executive in this council. It was the truth in other councils who completely gave up things and gave all power to the chief executive. We didn't do that here. However, I wouldn't expect you to interpret our actions particularly fairly, Councillor James. You asked the chief executive a question, and I'm going to give him the opportunity to respond.
Because what is it you're asking me?
It's probably a wider question now, because perhaps I misunderstood completely what happened on the day, but I heard you, sir, say that you would be taking the life and death decisions, and at the same time telling us, people that we know will not be here next time we meet. And I mean, that may be the case even in the future. You might turn out to be right. It hasn't been proved the case until now. But under what circumstances would you actually feel the need that a reimposition of those circumstances? And is it a reimposition from you, or do we, as the leader would expect, have the technical ability to not transfer those force majeure powers to you and take them away from your, I think it was 3, at any time that we thought that we could do a better job?
I think, and I hope you take this in the right manner, I think I've got to say there have been plenty of people in Dumfries and Galloway with no people who died who will take your comments exactly as I've taken them. Having worked with staff in the bunker and running care staff who are out there and people have died, I personally take that very, very harsh, but I do respect your ability to say it. I have statutory powers given to me under the Emergency Powers Act, of which members I have to discharge, and I'm accountable to law for them. I don't use them. Most of what we did through the government was on the basis of an act packed through Parliament, of which we were required to implement it. And this council put a steering committee that allowed us to touch base with group leaders and other members on the actions that we took. I believe that this council was transparent. Members received information on a daily basis in relation to their activities and how we were implementing the decisions enacted to us back through the government. In short, no, you cannot take the powers given to me under the Emergency Planning Act. However, the process is how we engage with members, and through and already been engaging with members, and how if we do move to another lockdown, we can have members working closely with us, because actually we'll still be running services at the same time. you know, I do have to defend our staff who were out there in the harshest with people actually dying, and perhaps the member doesn't realise people actually died in Dumfries and Galloway.
People die all the time. There might be 600,000 deaths per year in the UK. COVID's running about 40,000 at the moment. It's not really that significant. But I thank you for a bit of clarification on your powers. But it's this is absolutely essential, because if the doom gloomsters here are right, we could be heading into really dark times. So could the chief exec actually tell us what his powers are to take control in dire circumstances compared to our powers to regulate that control?
Councillor James, the Chief Executive will not be taking control of the Council. He will not be taking control of the Council. We now have the processes available that, if necessary, we could all meet online. The committees of this Council will continue, whether there's lockdown or not lockdown. And there's no question that somehow the Chief Executive wresting powers away from elected members.
Under no circumstances.
Yeah, I'm moving on now. We've got Councillor Marshall and Councillor Wilson wanting to speak. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Leader. I really do at times wish that Councillor James would let his brain catch up with his mouth with some of the statements that he comes out with. To suggest that this is not an emergency, and to suggest we've never had an emergency, I think he just has to look back at some of the incidents we've had to deal with in the emergency bunker over the years, Lockerbie to name just one, and foot and mouth another. So I think if he's got to be worth his salt as a councillor, instead of saying that 34 of us sat on our hands and did nothing, if he went out in his ward and started supporting his ward, maybe volunteered to support, then maybe we'd have a different viewpoint. But I just want to say that because a lot of things he says in the chamber are offensive to a lot of people, and I think he needs to be challenged at times. With regard to your, I think with foresight, it was very good that you actually delayed this item to allow the Chief Executive to give us a very excellent but also sobering update on the current situation. One of the things I'm a little bit concerned about if we are heading into the second wave is that there will be different and more challenging set of circumstances if we're entering into it in autumn and winter. And I just wondered it might be useful if we do have a report, just maybe identifying some of the things that may be different that we have to think about. I also think as well, I mean, I think Dougie speaks for at least 42 of the councillors when he says that our staff have been absolutely fantastic. That's something that we all agree with. But I think as well, what I would appreciate is probably more information going forward on resource pinch points and issues where, you know, maybe as councillors we can help or advise, because we are going to have a set of challenging circumstances. And I think also with regards to mental health, going into a second wave, after coping with the first one, I think we have to be extra aware of the impact that can have on our staff. And the final point, really, I touched on that. We have been using the emergency bunker, but I think we maybe need to know how we need to utilise that more, especially if we're going into a set of more challenging circumstances. Thanks.
Okay, Mark.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, in the recommendations, there is something to agree to take a more detailed report on winter arrangements, and we'll certainly do that. I would certainly like to highlight from the outset here, in terms of the actual bunker facility itself, it has really not been utilised and it is actually closed just due to the challenges with ventilation, given it's underground and it actually uses a ventilation system, and it does pose some risks. That brings some challenge for how we will respond to our winter responses that we traditionally face in the coming weeks and months, whether that be significant rainfall events or snow events. And we are actively working through the approach. I think the ongoing usage of Teams through this response has completely changed how we operate, both as an organisation and as a multi-agency partnership, and there'll be a lot more use of that and people working remotely to coordinate, as well as the wonderful staff who respond on the ground. So more than happy to take a more detailed report in future.
Thanks, Mark. Councillor Wilson.
To be quite honest, the Chief Executive and Councillor Marshall have made the points I was going to make.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's really just to seek clarification and reassurance on the 3 positions that we're looking to appoint. They're not going to be taking on the role of other government statutory organisations such as SEPA. I wouldn't like to think that we are financing what the government should be financing.
Okay. Derek, do you?
Absolutely assure the member that would never be the intention. That would be inappropriate and indeed beyond our powers and illegal. So no intention of doing so.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Leader. I think I always respect Councillor James's right to speak his mind, and he certainly doesn't need, nor would he seek my permission. But he might want to reflect that I don't think it's good governance in a modern state at any level, whether it's local government or national government, just to accept that there are levels of excess deaths that are acceptable or reasonable, or indeed just one of these things. We are not generals on the Western Front in 1916. We shouldn't act like it. I think it's been perfectly appropriate and reasonable that we do the best we can with the staff and resources we've got to try and protect the public to the fullest extent of our abilities. And I think that everything that the Chief Executive has tried to do in that regard has been proportionate, has been sensible and measured. And it's been done fully in consultation with and on the basis of informing members at every step. And that's exactly the approach that I would look to see continued. And I think every other member would want to see that business conducted in exactly that way. But I have every confidence that that is exactly what will happen. And my clear understanding is that we'll go forward on that basis into what may be a difficult winter, but focused on doing our level best to protect the general public as best we can. And I think we might do well just to consider the way in which we advance these arguments. And I'm in no way interested in fettering free speech and freedom of expression whatsoever. But there are undoubtedly strange demonstrations and movements that simply don't believe that a vaccine, that a pandemic exists, or that the virus exists, and that it's some sort of strange international conspiracy. I think everything that we do and say here as public representatives ought to engage with the facts and steer away from, even tangentially, I would fully accept giving any of that rather curious interpretation of reality any sort of credibility whatsoever. I don't think that helps the people we serve in any way, shape or form. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks, Rob. Unfortunately, Councillor James is no longer here to hear your wise words, having stormed off in a huff after I wouldn't let him continue speaking. So, but well put anyway. I think that's probably... I've got Councillor Ferguson on the list, and then I'll go to the recommendations.
Thanks very much, Leader, for letting me in. And it's really a question for Gavin, and I suppose confirmation for the elected members that our contribution to what we do to fight COVID-19 is just that, it's a contribution, although a very valuable one, and can just to confirm to the NHS's remobilisation and winter plans, and also how we involve the volunteers, third and independent sectors, are all going to be in a real and massive complex plan on how to take this forward.
Happy to confirm that the work that Mark has been leading on behalf of Richard in the last couple of weeks is exactly based around we were successful because it was a total multi-agency approach. And even in trying to respond to how we support those who are going to have to isolate, very much we're looking to our third sector colleagues to assist us in that with their community outreach and be able to support people in their communities by their community. So absolutely. And perhaps, Leader, just to say that in response to, I think it was Councillor Marshall's comment about the bunker, just yesterday I moved the Richards team into the council headquarters, so that actually we will be closer to elected members, and elected members will be able to engage with the team. And obviously, if we do move in, that would allow us direct access to elected members for their advice, particularly in local matters and local issues. So again, that was a feedback to try and get us closer to elected members and ward members so they're able to engage with us. So, but certainly, as a multi-partner, we obviously have to continue to protect the NHS. And I think the statistics we got today from the NHS said the hospital is quite nearly full already. And we're not anywhere near winter. So again, it's a hugely complex. And that will all be covered in the detailed report that we'll bring back to elected members.
Thank you. We'll proceed to the recommendations. We're happy to agree 1 and 2. To agree 2.3, which is the training safety officers. And to note 2.4 and 2.5. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 10, the report from our Armed Forces Champion. This report provides members with an overview of the excellent work undertaken by the Council's Armed Forces Champion, Councillor Archie Dryborough, over the last year, and also to formally intimate his award of a member of the Order of the British Empire, MBE Medal, in the Queen's New Year's Honours List 2020 for services to local government and the armed forces community. Before bringing Councillor Dryborough in to present his report, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all elected members, staff and our communities when I express our warmest congratulations to Councillor Dryborough on a well-deserved recognition for his outstanding work in this area, and we are very fortunate and proud to have you on our council. Councillor Dryborough, MBE, could I ask you to introduce your annual report? Councillor Dryborough.
Thank you very much, Leader, for those very kind words. Good afternoon, members. Can I thank you for your continued support in all that I and the many others that support me do for our armed forces community in Dumfries and Galloway. I would like to draw your attention to the 2 case studies at the back of the report, and in particular the first one where there's a slight a mistake in which it's a 92-year-old rather than an 82-year-old. And unfortunately that young man at 92-year-old had passed away last week. But his sons have contacted us and thanked us for the support given to his father, albeit for a short period. I've said on many occasions that the people of Dumfries and Galloway support our armed forces community extremely well, and this is shown in the attendances at the events that we've held last year. This year, of course, is very different to last year, and I will advise what we did in next year's report, and again, the support that we had from communities across the region. I, of course, cannot do what I do without the support of our staff, our officers, our directors and your good selves. And I have to say a special thanks to Derek Crichton and Hazel Kerr for their excellent support. Can I draw your attention to particularly 2 charities that I deal with, the first one being South West Scotland R&R, where over 54 members of the armed forces, previous armed forces veterans, have now got HGV2 or HGV1 licences. We managed to get a LIBOR grant fund of £130,000 over 3 years. And with those 54 drivers, 54 it is now, I should say there's another one this week who's just passed his test and got a job right away. Over the next 15 years, £6 million worth of taxes will be paid by those 54 drivers. Certainly worth the £130,000 grant that we received from the LIBOR fund. And the second one, of course, is the Veterans Garden, where this week the roof has started on the sandstone building, and it is my intention to work with apprentices up at the college to do the inside of that particular building. Colonel Charlie Wallace, the Veterans Commissioner, advised us if we do in Dumfries and Galloway was reciprocated across the other council in Scotland, his job would be much easier, which brings me to some information for members. As you'll all be aware, this year for charities it's very difficult for fundraising, as we've come into Remembrance Scottish Poppy Appeal time. Firstly, I would like to light up the building in English Street in red for the week prior to Remembrance Day. Also on Remembrance Day, Legion Scotland has advised that Remembrance Day should only be marked by wreath layers, a bugler, a piper and a small service conducted by a minister at the war memorials, and I would ask you to support that decision. Normally at this time I'd be working with roads to get road closures sorted for all remembrance events across Dumfries and Galloway, but because of COVID-19 and the ever-changing guidelines, this has been difficult. It's been a difficult decision for everyone involved, and especially for Legion Scotland being the organisation that is the guardian of remembrance. Further to the spot I've had, I would like to suggest, I was given an excellent suggestion by Hazel Kerr, and we're asking our communities this, place it in their windows like they have done for the NHS rainbows and things like that, the week prior to Remembrance Sunday. And if they can, to support Poppy Scotland's appeal on their Just Giving page, which I will highlight on this year's Poppy Scotland appeal on social media and web pages after this report. And I think finally, Leader, on the honour of receiving the MBE, again, I have said how humbled and surprised about it I've yet to receive it formally, but I'm sure this will happen soon. Someone sits at the top of the table, supported by yourselves, and thinks strategically about how we all and our partners can support our armed forces community. I have been given that privilege to be at the top of the table in D&G, and it reflects on us all the honour that has been given to me. So once again, members, thank you all for your support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryburgh. Do members have any questions or comments to make to Councillor Dryburgh? Sean Marshall has put the comment in the chat, and we've got Councillor Drysdale. Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank Archie and Hazel Kerr and the technical teams. In true army style, Archie mobilised us all and got everybody organised without a moan or a whine to pull together a VJ video, which is not mentioned in his report. So I know it was much appreciated by everybody in the community who were keen to attend something on the VJ service day. So thank you, Archie and Hazel and the community's team, including Derek, etc. Thanks a lot, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I think the reason it's not in the report is it'll probably be in next year's report. But indeed, I had people phoned up actually to say how much they appreciated that ceremony. So congratulations to everybody who was involved in that. Thank you very much, Councillor Dryburgh. We've noted the activities, and I think we do all congratulate you on your award of an MBE, which you say reflects on the entire council, but also reflects on the amount of hard work you individually have done on behalf of veterans in our community. Thank you. Okay, if we go on to item 11, which is the Council Events Champions Annual Report. The purpose of this report is to provide an overview of the activities undertaken by the Council's Events Champion, Councillor Adam Wilson, for the period 1st of April 2019 to 31st of March 2020. And I'm going to ask Councillor Wilson to introduce his annual report, and Ian Barr is available on Teams for any operational questions. Adam.
Thanks, Leader. And very daunting to be following Archie, and I too add my thanks to Archie for all the work that he's done, and congratulations again on his award. I won't say too much. I think I've put everything in the report, and given the time of day, I'm sure people will appreciate me not talking for too long. I think the only thing that I would really like to just emphasise is obviously the impact that the pandemic has had on the sector, but actually I have had various meetings with event organisers over the last 2 months, and their resilience has been absolutely outstanding, has been rooted in our communities, rooted in supporting others, and really shows that the resilience that is there within our local economy, and I am very positive about the future. Our strategy will have to change, and I've alluded to the report that will come to Communities Committee in the next couple of weeks, and I hope that members will continue to support our flexible approach we have taken to the major festival event strategy during coronavirus, and hopefully when we get a sort of light at the end of the tunnel and events can restart, that actually the number of people who will be desperate to get away and to enjoy something different will enjoy the range of events that will hopefully return after coronavirus.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any questions for Councillor Wilson? Okay, congratulations on the work of the past year. And I think the recommendation was just to consider the report, and I think we've all done that, though it is. I'm sure we've considered it at home before we even came here. Okay, agenda item 12 is the review of the current Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board Integration Scheme. This report presents us with the outcome of a minimal review of the current integration scheme between NHS, Dumfries and Galloway Council to approve the updated integration scheme to be submitted to the Scottish Government prior to 2020. Members will note that the substantive review of the scheme of integration will take place next year. That should have been this year, but because of COVID, the Scottish Government indicated that they would accept a minimal review this year, with the main review happening next year. Now, Julie White was going to come to speak to us, but I believe she's not well. And instead, Heather Collington and Alison Warwick hopefully are still available on Teams to answer members' questions or contributions. So we have now, I know I'm going to bring Councillor Scobie, and Councillor Scobie had an additional recommendation. Unfortunately, I think it is out with the scope of this particular report, because this was a minimal review, and what he is proposing is actually fairly significant content of the review, but I'll ask him to speak to it anyway, because I think we need to look at how we may take some of these issues forward or discuss them for within the next year, so that there may be things that we want to recommend to at the substantive review next year. And if Councillor Ferguson is available, he may be able to give us a bit more information about the substantive review next year. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, thanks a lot for letting me in. It is late in the day and the numbers are depleted somewhat, and it's well known after 4 o'clock now, so that's disappointing to what for me is a very important document, a review, and maybe I don't see it in the same light as you just have described. Indeed, and I'm reading from a letter sent to me by Jean Freeman, the Cabinet Secretary for Health, where she gave a clear steer when she was advising me that now was the time, because the review was in October, to go forward with the issue of care homes, nursing provision in these care homes. And I read from that: in order to provide assistance to care homes and their staff, and it's the Scottish Government, SNP Scottish Government, have tasked Director of Public Health with providing enhanced clinical leadership to care homes. And that was a clear steer that Jean Freeman gave. And while throughout the whole of COVID, or rather in lockdown, then they did put a wraparound service, nursing provision and so forth, to all care homes the length and breadth of Scotland. And I think that it's appropriate that now we have this review, so be it, as you indicate, Chair, there'll be a wider review next year, and I think that we should be looking at this in terms of making available to all our care homes in Dumfries and Galloway, and it's particularly pertinent to the east as much as it is to the west, that we have care homes without the nursing provision, and that affects our ability to place people as and when they either become ill or contract dementia, some with complex needs, and they are placed out with the national guidelines in terms of caring for people at home with dementia, in a homely setting, or within their local community. And some of them are 50 miles away almost. And that's totally unacceptable, where loved ones can't get to see them. So in respect of that, Chair, and I've laid out in what I would like to see as the change to recommendation 2.1 with the laid out motion, that we do recognise the Scottish Government Cabinet Secretaries for Health has ensured that care homes across Scotland have been provided with a wraparound service. It's there for your reading. I did circulate it around all the members. I would hope that we can go forward with this, that we, and you heard me referring to earlier in the meeting, and it wasn't just me, it was said at Audit and Risk, where we have services that third parties deliver, but we are not in control. I think we need to get control of some of our health and social care services, and this is one way we can do it in going forward in our care homes, that they are capable of taking people that have complex needs through nursing provision. So my Amendment 2, by way of a motion to 2.1, I would formally move, Chair.
I don't think it was within the scope of this review, though. This is a minimal review. I think this would be within the scope of the major review next year. I don't think we can take it at this point, but I would be interested, obviously, in the advice of Alison and Heather, if they are available, as to whether this could be how this could be taken forward to the substantive review. Is Heather or Alison available?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree that actually this sits out with the scope of what's currently before you in terms of the minimum review. And this is about the delivery of a service and possibly about the development of a different sort of service than we've currently got. And that probably sits within the strategic plan. And, you know, I think what the review of the scheme will be looking at will be a review of the actual scheme in terms of the agreement between the delegations between the Health Board and the Council. And out with that then comes the strategic planning. So there's a link between the two things there. And obviously all of those processes will need to take account of sort of any sort of like emergent demands or emergent changes that there are. But that would have to be sat within sort of the review that's planned for next year. But even within it, it may well be that it needs to be sitting within the strategic planning element of that rather than within the actual review of the integration scheme itself. Because these are services which are actually delivered within the independent and private sector.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Giusti wants to speak. Councillor Giusti.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to come in and second Councillor Scobie's motion, as I believe that we do have a problem in the east and in the west especially. The local members in the west in Ward 1 all received a report from the CEO of the IJB, and if I'm being honest, there's some quite sobering information in there. I would like to share it with you at some point, but through email. I'll do that after this meeting. But when you look at some of the statistics in here, there's currently 21 people out with Wigtonshire in nursing provision because we cannot provide it within Wigtonshire. Some of them have been out of Wigtonshire since 2013. Now, I don't think that's acceptable. So that is why I will follow Councillor Scobie's motion and push for that in this meeting, please.
It's 10.1.2 in regards to, I think you have oversight along with the Governance Office in regards to the competency of the actual motion. So if we get clarity in regards to that, I think it's a good debate that we're having, but we need to understand whether it's competent or not.
In my view, it is not competent because because it's out with the scope of this paper. And because this is a minimal review at the moment, at this stage, this is the minimal review, and that it would actually be a matter for the major review next year. But can I, I'd seek officers' advice. Certainly that was my interpretation, that this is a minimal review, and I doubt that the Scottish Government would actually accept major revisions at this stage, because the major review, I mean, they agreed to being postponed until next. I mean, I don't know when you got your letter from Dean Freeman. I've not seen that letter, so I don't know when that arrived. But the Scottish Government agreed that the major review should be next year. And my view is that it's not within the scope of today's discussion. Nick or Gavin?
Not commenting on the content, the integration scheme, as it says in 1.3, sets out how the Health Board and Local Authority will integrate services. So it's almost like the hardwiring regulated overseeing document. What members are looking to do is the strategic plan that is also up for review, as members know, in which that sets out strategic intention. If the strategic intention is to provide this cover, then it's up to the IGB operationally to come back and tell you. So it's not this and the further review is not the document. The government accept that because what they're asking is how operationally that will be delivered, and that would come through the strategic planning review. If it's decided in the strategic plan that we wish this to be delivered, it comes in there, because it's not, as far as I can see, despite Jane Freeman's, one of the acts that we're trying to work out what we discharge into the IGB. So I think it's not the content, which members obviously can put forward. This would not be a document in which that would sit. It would be in the strategic plan, but obviously I think Councillor Carruthers wishes to.
Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you, Leader. So thanks for the clarity. I would agree it's more of a framework with the acts. I thought it was item number 13. This was coming up, so I missed that. Is item number 12. This is about typos, getting things into order, the historical passes, and a number of things changing in regards to the scheme. So I think these things need to be changed, but there may well be an avenue in item number 13 to draw it to the attention of the Integration Joint Board and make sure that they consider it properly as part of their review going forward.
I'll bring Councillor Ferguson in, the chair of the IGB.
Leader, thanks very much. I'm going to give way, if it's all right with you, to Alison Warwick, because she's been trying to get in, the Governance Officer for the IGB.
Okay, Alison. Sorry, Alison, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Are you able to get closer to your machine, or?
No.
No. No members can't hear, I'm afraid. I don't know what we can do about that.
Leader, I'm afraid I do what Alison's got to
Yeah, if you could, yeah. Maybe Alison could type it in the chat box and you can maybe advise us.
Leader, if I can come back in there.
Yes.
Alison, I think, is going to flash up the email that came from the Scottish Government about what the review was about. I'm seeing she's nodding. So if she can do that, that would be helpful. Because you're absolutely right, Leader. This is a light version, and it's a review of what's happening from the start of the IGB to date, not what we're going to do tomorrow. The plans at the moment, when this will go through here today in one form or other, in October at the next IGB, we will be considering both the NHS's and the Council's basic response, because that's what it is, and any comments. The intention is, of course, that we'll set in motion almost immediately an engagement and consultation process to review the plan, and from that the strategic commission intentions. All of this, of course, will be based on reflections around the changing demographics as we're going through a different world right now. What I would suggest to Willie, and I know that I totally understand why he's bringing this forward. I also listened to what Ian Carruthers said there about the Transforming Lincolnshire part. What I would be suggesting to you is that when the Council's response to the IGB, I suppose, in this one, would be in that when it moves to the second part of the proposals here, that we could put a sentence in, for example, to say that the Council were particularly keen to start the review, looking at the strategic commission intentions around about nursing care in the community as a whole, because I don't think it could come just purely in homes, in formal nursing homes or care homes. It also reflects what's going to happen in people's own homes, wherever they're living. So that all-round care. I think Wally's made his point, and he's made it on a number of occasions, but it's not for today. But it's for the very near future.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. So, obviously, there's a lot of discussion about the report before us, and that we will be getting a fuller review next year. I've got a question really. It's in regards to the document before us on page. Well, it's page 8 of the report, but page 212 of ours, and that's in relation to the health services for people under the age of 18. Now there's a list of those. The final one, G, is community health services, including health visiting and school nursing. I guess my question is that an exclusive list, or are there other issues in there? Because my rationale behind the question is, I'm aware, and it's a question I've asked previously, who's ultimately responsible for diagnosis of autism, etc., within Dumfries and Galloway? I'm aware that when people go through the process, and young people are going through the process, they're receiving letters from the NHS, and these letters are coming out of the Willows, which is an NHS facility, and it's emblazoned with NHS criteria on there. So, does the Integrated Joint Board have any input into these services? And if not, is it purely within NHS, or is it with the council? Because I've also been told that it's responsibility of local authority. So there's quite a lot of grey areas about that. Equally, CAMS as well. I'm not 100% sure. Is CAMS purely NHS, or does the council have a remit? So I guess what would be really useful from my point of view, and perhaps other members, is could we have a full list of who is actually responsible for which services for our young people within the region? Because I do appreciate that the IGB doesn't take responsibility for children, but who does? And this is my concern, that these services sometimes fall through the gaps and nobody's taking full responsibility going forward. Thank you.
So I think that's slightly off the topic of the review itself, or the changes, but can we have a brief response to that, please?
If I can, Leader, I guess my question is, are there any other services for young people included in that list, or is that the full list?
Okay, Heather?
Okay, very briefly. All of the services in the NHS in relation to children are delegated to the IJB. Services for children in the council stay with the council. However, the oversight of those are dealt with in terms of the Children's Services Plan and the whole sort of multi-agency approach to working with children's services. In terms of the diagnosis of any condition, that will sit with our colleagues in the NHS. However, in relation to conditions such as disability and autism, then it is quite normal that multi-agency partners, where they are involved, would be involved in those discussions in order to make sure that the whole context is taken account of. So in the sense of what's delegated from the NHS in relation to children's services, yes, they are all included, and therefore what sits still with the council isn't, because it stays with social work, really. So that's the clarity that we would give. But they are part of the partnership. The Willows is part of the partnership, and provides the respite services, as you know, and other services as part of the partnership, working in close contact with colleagues across the whole partnership.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
No, it's okay. Thanks, Leader. It's okay.
Okay, Councillor Surtees.
Thanks, Leader. Just going back to the motion that was proposed by Councillor Scobie and the comment made by Ian Carruthers, I just wish to get some clarity about how we can bring this issue forward. If it's not in this particular item, would it sit in the next item? And I think Councillor Giusti has also expressed concern about the fact that this. I'm just very keen that if this motion isn't competent in this item, that we don't lose it, and that we can guarantee that we will have these discussions and a timeline on where we might be able to address the lack of wraparound nursing care and the clarity of whether that can continue post-COVID?
Well, I think the advice that we were getting is it would fall part of the strategic review, as the Cabinet was saying, and I don't know, Councillor Ferguson suggested that we could put a line in it that the Council urged the IGB to make progress with the strategic review, and that would allow that to come up as part of that. Councillor Carruthers.
Actually, it's going back to 10.1.2. I think if you're ruling it incompetent, I think it's competent that we could potentially pick up in the next agenda item. There's a thread there, whether it comes to the same point, but we can talk about it and think more competent terms in the next item.
After I'd expected the issue to be raised under the next issue rather than under this issue, but yeah. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. And just to answer your question, the letter from Jean Freeman as the Cabinet Secretary was the 10th of May 2020, where she gave a clear steer.
Yeah.
In terms of, and I think in the letter, and it was addressed to Councillor Surtees, to Ross, where she asked pertinent questions, then, you know, even the cost, the difference between an EMI bed at £740, there is no difference. It's the same for a nursing bed at the same cost of £740,000. So it's this whole service and the service delivery that Heather Collington referred to, and I think we need to have a degree of control on that, and that's why I thought it was pertinent here. But I'm happy to take the advice and take it under the next item, not just in Wigtonshire, but throughout the whole of the Dumfries and Galloway, particularly in relation to the west and the east. In terms of next year, you know, I hope it's not just manana. That we have a timeline, as Ross just referred to, where we're able to say, this is what we want to see delivered as health and social care partnership. And I take the point that Andy referred to, Andy Ferguson, that it's not just about nursing homes, but it's nursing at home and care at home, that we want to provide the best possible service we can. But we need to look at that review and for the Council to take a view on it. That's why the motion is before us. Happy to take it in the next item, Chair.
Well, I think I suggest you do so. If you look at 3.1.2, whatever the Cabinet Secretary said in her letter, it does make it clear that the Scottish Government did not expect work to continue on developing successive schemes. So I suggest that we take it under the next item. And can we go now to the... Oh, we've got Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Leader. I can understand why people might want to do this, but what it would actually do would actually dilute what Willie's trying to get to here, because this isn't about Wigtonshire. The next paper is purely a trial in Wigtonshire. Yes, it might be the means to which for things to go across the whole region. So I don't actually see why it could go in at the back there. What I'm saying to them is that it's on the agenda, be on the agenda for the October IGB to start the process of consultation and engagement around the next plan. The next plan isn't starting in 2021, it's to be in place by 2021. So it's, if you remember when we set up the IGB, it took us quite some time. It was a very heavy engagement. They came from all over Scotland to see how we did it. And I'm actually seeing is, given we're using Teams so much, there is the potential here for many, many more people to be actually engaged in the process of setting the next agenda for the IGB. So I'm supporting Willie here in his concept, but it's the right motion in the wrong time and place.
Okay, Councillor Wilson here. He was out of the room when his turn came, so I'll bring him now.
Sorry, Leader, take an urgent call. I think a lot of the points that we made, just one of the things I would say is that in terms of the care homes within particularly my ward, actually the reason why some care homes aren't accepting any any elderly residents or those with dementias, because they're not allowed to by the Care Commission. So I think that there's a lot of issues, and it does come back to the strategic plan in nature. But I think obviously that point is coming out in the debate.
Thanks. So we'll go to the recommendations. Are we content to approve the revisions and the minimal review? Yep. And to note that a successor integration scheme, including a fuller review of the current scheme, is scheduled for next year. Okay, if we go on now to transforming Wigtonshire. Agenda item 13 is paper of reports on the Transforming Wigtonshire programme, TWP, phase 1, and provides recommendations for phase 2 in the delivery of sustainable health and social care services that meets the needs of the local community contained in the appendix. This programme was commissioned by the Health and Social Care Partnership. It's here for noting, but obviously there may be some recommendations which come from the Chamber today. Elected members who are also members of the Integration Joint Board will be interested in colleagues' comments. As I understand, the report is also to come to the IJB. Could I invite John Ross, who is available via Teams, to say a few words of introduction, and my apologies to John for the amount of time that he's probably had to wait and to be able to come in, but I'll pass over to John now. He will be supported by Stephanie Mottram of the Health and Social Care Partnership. John.
Thank you very much, Leader. I do appreciate that you've had a lengthy meeting today, and I'm very conscious that in exactly 16 minutes' time, I believe that you have to vacate the premises, so I will be brief. First of all, as you've indicated, this review of health and social care services in Wigtonshire, it was not brought about because of COVID. It, in fact, was something that was been looked about for some time, and indeed there have been concerns about the sustainability of delivering health and social care services in Wigtonshire. The first problem that was identified was the recruitment and retention of people, and that's the most important one. There was the increased demand because of the demographics in Wigtonshire, and of course there are increasing costs because of the rural nature of Wigtonshire. So it was decided that there would be a review to look at how the services not just sort of moved about, but how they might be transformed so that they would be sustainable in the future. Just for clarity, I also have Sharon Walker, the Assistant Locality Manager, with me, so that if there are questions from members, then I'm sure that they can provide more detail if necessary. But conscious of time, could I just say, first of all, that before I was appointed, there were two managers appointed, project managers. The first one was Linda McKee, and the second one was Karen Harper, and they were pivotal in making sure that we went ahead with this project. The normal process where change is required by public bodies to address concerns, normally the process is simply that the elected members or board members would get recommendations from senior staff about what would be appropriate, and then the consultation would be on these recommendations. We operated a system that I'd never seen before called co-production, and that turns it completely on its head. The basis of co-production is that you go out to the users of the services and those who deliver the services, and you actually ask the questions. What do people really look for in the delivery of services? And to that end, we actually contacted face-to-face more than 350 residents of Wigtonshire. But the first thing, once I was appointed, I had to appoint a board, and we asked for expressions of interest. And the difference in the board from other boards is that we looked for people who were not representing any particular part of the service. We were looking for people who lived in Wigtonshire, had various skills, and that they were, if you like, critical friends, people who had the knowledge and the ability to question what we were doing, question how the services were delivered, but were also people who understood what was the likelihood demand from the people of Wigtonshire. And I have to say that we had monthly meetings, and because no one was there representing any particular interest, then there was real working together and cooperation with the staff and the senior managers from both health and social care who joined us on these occasions. And I would recommend that way of working where significant change has to be enacted. You will see from your report that we had various we had various methods of communication, but I think the two important ones were as follows. Firstly, I personally, with project managers, attended, I think, every community council in Wigtonshire except one. The one that we didn't go to was Liswold, and that was because we were locked down by COVID. We had 3 events in Stranraer, and I apologise to those in the Machars because we had others lined up for Newton Stewart and Wigton, where we had speakers who would indicate we would have special topics that we could discuss. So anyway, that was how we went about the business. We were fortunate to be able, even although we were shut down, we were fortunate to be able to complete the report, and I believe it was certainly it was accepted by the board, and I presented the report to the NHS board, and I'm presenting it to you, Leader, and your members today for noting. I think it would be only fair to say that I would like to give the opportunity through you, Leader, to any members who wish to ask any questions, specific questions. But if I could make this comment, I believe that the task that the board undertook was to provide a roadmap as to how health and social care might be transformed to meet the needs of the community and accept the constraints on both the numbers of people that can be involved, the numbers of staff that can be involved, and the financial resource that's available. It's a roadmap. It won't. The changes won't happen immediately, and actually there will. But there have been some changes already that we recommended that were that were forced on us because of the COVID-19. Anyway, you've got the report. I trust that the report explains what we've been doing.
Okay, I don't know whether that's... yeah, I think he's been cut off. I think it's been frozen. Okay, John, are you there? So I know I've got Councillor Surtees wants to ask a question, but I don't know that John's going to be able to hear. I suppose, Stephanie, are you there in case John doesn't manage to get back? Stephanie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'll proceed with Rosa's question, and then if John comes back, he may be able to answer it, but otherwise, if you could address the content of the question. Thanks. Got Councillor Surtees.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, John. I'm so sorry he was cut off just at the pertinent moment, but I know you're there, Stephanie. So I just wanted to thank you all for your hard work. It really was a fantastic amount of work going around to all the community councils, and I know how dedicated the team were, the team before and the team that are still in place. I think my question is a little bit about evaluation. I note in the report there are comments about the evaluation that took place after the events. I went to most of the events, and I think my question is, can we ensure that the evaluation is followed up by realistic outcomes. I'm not so much interested in the output of transforming Wigtownshire, which under the co-production language is mainly about the numbers of people that are engaging. I think I'd really want to see the outcomes. And in order to do that, we need to revisit the evaluation and the effect that the co-production and the work that was done in the sessions is making a real difference to people.
Thank you. Stephanie.
Thank you, Leader. First of all, thank you, Rose, for your comments and the acknowledgement of the work the team have put in terms of transforming Wigtownshire. There is the timing, obviously, we were cut short by a couple of months, and evaluation, there is an evaluation report, but you're quite right. If we don't follow up on that, then the whole process, you would have to question why did we do this in the first place. So happy to take on further visiting that evaluation, and happy to share with you the full evaluation report that Karen Harper kindly put together before we went into lockdown.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's reassuring, and I'm very much interested in the outcome of the co-production, where the service users are at the centre of the evaluation, and that the service users are feeling that they are definitely taking part and have influence on decisions that we're going to make in the future. And for me, that will illustrate the success of the programme.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Obviously, thanks to John, but I think we've lost him. Good afternoon, Steph. Sorry to keep you so late. This is an executive summary, really, of months and months of hard work. You know, the report we have today, but it's also an enabling paper, because my understanding from this is this allows the process to move to the second phase, you know, a more proactive phase, and take this forward. So I'm commending all the work that's gone into this and the whole thing, and it's actually a really good example of participative budgeting, because you don't have to give people money, you just have to ask them what they want from the services, and that's exactly what Transforming Wigtownshire has been about. So I'm just commending the paper and suggest we go with the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I might be taking a slightly different view, and I know I've spoken to the other three in Ward 1, and each have expressed their disappointment at the outcome of the report. I have no doubt that we had hard-working and dedicated staff working on it, but we were looking for a lot more. And I have met with Steph, and I'm sure Steph will confirm this, where I did ask about the care homes, and she did say that it would not be in the report, and indeed it's not, that I would be disappointed, and I am disappointed that it's not, because it's a big issue in Stranraer and the surrounding area in that respect. And I think John, I only wish he was here to hear what I'm going to say, because I think he's painting a rosy picture in terms of his participation, where he says he's been at 300, he's communicated with 350 people. That alone in Stranraer is only less than 3%. And if you take Wigtownshire, it even reduces even further. So it's not a great deal of people that were involved. And that was over a lengthy period, almost 3 years, notwithstanding that COVID did get in the way. So I was looking for a lot more, and indeed many of the other people that I'm involved in the improvements to health and social care in the Wigtownshire area, they likewise were less than impressed, and were looking for a lot more to come out. I know Andy said there that he's looking for it to be delivered in phase 2. Then I only hope that we get a lot more meat on the bones in phase 2 than what we've got out of this, because a lot of this did come out, and the changes did come about. It was thrust because of COVID, attend anywhere and near to me and so forth and so on. So there's a lot of work in terms of what we need. And I come back to, and I'm reading here from an an unknown user, I would have absolutely echo Andy's comments and would like to take Councillor's comments to the strategic planning team. When we met with Gavin and Jeff Ace as 4 local members, I'm talking about Ward 1, Stranraer and the Rins, then it was Jeff Ace that said, in terms of, and I come back to the care homes, it was Jeff Ace that said we were not asking for anything unreasonable in terms of nursing provision, and I take the point, I'm repeating myself in terms of what Andy says, there's a wider issue here in terms of health and social care in the community and in our care homes. So I would hope that the thrust of my motion is being accepted, and it's for the IJB then to direct both the Council and the NHS in terms of service provision under health and social care, the partnership, and that the IJB does it. But I would like to put it on record and happy to move the motion under this item, notwithstanding what Andy says this is particularly transforming Wigtonshire, but I'm quite sure when the IJB come down to discuss it, they will not only look at it in the context of Wigtonshire, but they'll also take in the provision in the east of the region, so we can hang it on this in transforming Wigtonshire, if that's acceptable by you, Chair.
I'm going to bring Stephanie back in, and she's had her hand up.
Thank you, Leader. So a couple of points. So first, in relation to the comment John made about 350 members of public, that was face-to-face consultation. There was lots more work undertaken in terms of surveys, in terms of social media, etc. So that's not included in that number. The second thing I would point out, Transforming Wigtonshire, the paper is based on the co-production theory. The co-production theory being that the priorities that are set in this paper for phase 2 were determined by the people of Wigtonshire. So you may be disappointed in the contents of the report, but this is based on what at the time we went out to consult and engage the people of Wigtonshire were telling us. In terms of phase 2, it's quite clear what the priorities are, and work will move forward in that. What I would give you reassurance is, in terms of the locality work plan, it will take cognizance of both phase 2 of the Transforming Wigtonshire programme, but will also need to include the priorities that are set by the Integrated Joint Board. There's 5 key priorities, plus the strategic plan. So at this point, I don't believe that the debate should be had here in terms of the provision round about our care homes. Transforming Wigtonshire, this is phase 1. This is what came up through our communities. The work will be taken forward. Any further development work as a result of the priorities set by the AGB or the strategic plan will be included in the locality work plan. Thank you.
Okay, I have an indication. Oh, right, we've got Councillor McComb wishes to speak. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I did have the opportunity to listen to John and his colleagues as they attended community council meetings. The message I was hearing from the communities was people wanted information and medical procedures as close as possible to their home. Sorry,
I think there's somebody with a microphone on, possibly.
Okay, sounds better, I think. People were concerned about the distances they had to travel from their home for straightforward procedures, and they felt if technology could be enlisted, they could have things carried out, consultations, for instance, in these local hubs, which were suggested, and it would not be necessary to go to Dumfries for many of the things they were seeking. There was also a feeling that the Galloway Community Hospital was underutilised, that more use could certainly be made of that facility. it did mention in the report that the majority of people had never heard of NHS Inform. So I think there is a communication problem there for NHS. But certainly these were the general points which I was hearing at the Community Council meetings.
Thanks, Jim. I've got Stephen Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't know if the answer will be able to be provided today, so I'm happy for it to be circulated to members, but it was actually to do with details of the Interreg funding, which obviously will come to an end of next year. I think, as far as I know, that was a €5 million funded project across Northern Ireland, Scotland, well, part of our NHS, and Ireland as well. So in terms of, on page 272, where it's talking about the rollout of that COH, Sync, Health and Wellbeing Facilitators, etc., across the rest of the region in terms of pilots for next year. It was just really to get a bit more detail and cost breakdown on that, if that would be possible.
Okay, Stephanie?
Yeah, there's obviously there's the two main projects in Wigtonshire, which was the CoSync and the Empower, which are European funded. There's discussions ongoing as we speak in relation to the funding. The Empower project in particular are keen to extend that funding to Dumfries and Galloway. But as I say, these discussions are ongoing at the moment. There's no outcome yet.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Leader. So I'm conscious of time, 1,700 hours according to 721 Act, so maybe we're getting preferential treatment because the council owns this building, but I still think we have to really apply for the sake of the staff and so on within this building. What my own thoughts were in regards to potentially moving forward, so I'm very conscious I'm a member of the IGB, so I didn't want to be saying too much in regards to what future decisions might be made and compromise myself, and I'm conscious that you are as well, Leader. So I just wondered, there has been a motion presented by Councillor Scobie. We have that in front of us, the body's there, but I just wondered if that could be used as information potential as a way forward, maybe look for governance advice. And I've just briefly scribbled down, Willie, that thinking this has been respectful to yourself, Leader, that the Deputy Leader write to the Chair of the IGB expressing the concerns raised at the Transforming Wigtonshire Programme report as outlined in the motion, moved and seconded by whoever that may be. And due consideration should be taken as part of the review of the strategic plan next year, or words to that effect. It might be a simple way, the view can then be expressed, but it's just asking for the IGB to consider that.
That would certainly be my preference, to take that. I'm in agreement with you on that, and quite happy. I know that the chair of the IGB is listening, but yes, I'd be quite happy to formally take that up to the IGB. And then, as you say, you and I are both on the IGB, so we have to be careful about what we say at this point. Councillor Scobie.
Happy with that, Chair.
You're happy with that? Good. Good. Have we got the words of that? Yeah, excellent. Okay, so with that recommendation, we're happy to note the contents of the report. Good. Now, the only other thing that was left was the minutes for approval. Are we able to roll those over to the December meeting of the Council? I don't suppose anything desperate, the sky doesn't fall in if we haven't approved the minutes. Okay, thanks very much. Well, there's no other urgent business, so thank everybody for their attendance. Thank you.